I'm your bedtime historian, and tonight I want you to imagine a gallery so silent that even the ghosts refuse to haunt it because their signatures were wiped clean before they could ever whisper. A palette of unfinished colors, a half-dried brush leaning against an ivory window, the soft hush of silk skirts slipping across a cold marble floor. What would it feel like to stand in a room full of paintings with no names? Who decides which hand holds the brush and whose story is worth hanging on a wall? Why did so many brilliant women artists fade like the softest wash of watercolor before our eyes? If you find comfort in the quiet rebellion of forgotten paint strokes, maybe tap that like button and drift into the archives with me. And if you'd rather subscribe than listen to tomorrow's headlines, that might just be your most peaceful decision tonight. There's something strange about wondering who would win in an after-hours museum, hide and seek the statues or the missing names. Now dim, the lights find the softest blanket you own. And let's step quietly into a world where her signature was never meant to be seen. You slip into a candlelit hall lined with paintings, so pristine they seem to hum under the moonlight. Each frame gleams with golden edges. Each canvas whispers with forgotten voices. You lean closer, nose nearly touching the surface, searching for a delicate swirl of a woman's hand, an initial, a hidden flourish, a half-erased monogram, but there is only emptiness. Long before you were born, long before the idea of galleries as we know them existed, male patrons carefully scrubbed the traces of female artists from the record. Instead of Maria, you might find Master of the Blue Saint or Workshop of Giovanni. Historians still debate if these ghostly credits were acts of deliberate censorship or simply reflections of a patriarchal machine that didn't even bother to acknowledge the existence of women artists at all. As you wander deeper, the irony sharpens. These same men who claim divine inspiration in their works were terrified that a woman's softer touch might reveal a soul more vibrant than their own. In court, inventories, and church ledgers, female signatures dissolved like sugar in rainwater, replaced with Latinized male pseudonyms designed to please wealthy patrons and clerics. One dusty scroll you find in a forgotten drawer suggests that a nun's entire body of devotional works was attributed to an abbot who barely held a brush. Another fragile parchment records that a Venetian noble's daughter painted half the family chapel murals, but her name was left in the margin barely legible beneath a flourish of ink. The air smells faintly of linseed oil and candle soot. You sense the echo of a footstep that might have been hers, a silent tour through rooms she never got to claim. Would she have painted a self-portrait shyly tucked into a corner? Perhaps she left a secret symbol, a moth hidden in a robe, a star in a nighttime sky, that only the keenest eyes would find centuries later. Some scholars whisper of hidden documents, private letters stashed behind tapestry linings that speak of rage, resilience, and quiet laughter. They argue over each scrap as though each were a sacred relic, a small rebellion against centuries of varnish and veil. You stand still, feeling her presence like a soft breath on your cheek. The paintings shimmer under your half-closed eyelids. One brushstroke curves like the edge of a sigh, another spirals like a forgotten dance step. It's funny in a melancholy way that the same society that crowned its kings and blessed its altars with great ceremony cared so little for the woman kneeling in a cold studio painting a Madonna's tears with crushed lapis and egg yolk at midnight. A society that claimed divine moral authority yet feared the very idea of a feminine genius, as if it might awaken something inconvenient and unstoppable. Through all the silence, your mind begins to wander. You imagine her finishing a canvas, wiping sweat from her brow, then slipping into the background like a stagehand after the final act. You see a patron sipping his wine and signing a contract in heavy ink, oblivious to the artist's subtle laughter echoing in the workshop's shadows. In a world without her signature, there are secret gardens of talent blooming unseen, small chapels, private studies, dusty corridors. You sense her there, humming an unfinished melody to herself, her apron smudged with ochre and red. Historians still argue whether the erasure of these women was a coordinated conspiracy or simply a result of social structures too rigid to see beyond the tip of a quill. Yet here you are drifting past their phantoms, weaving through a labyrinth of lost names and misattributed masterpieces. And maybe in this sleepy haze you feel a quiet joy, because even in erasure there is evidence of life, and in absence there is proof of creation. Perhaps that is the final soft rebellion she painted, even knowing her name would vanish, and the world is still more colorful for it. A hush falls across the stone courtyard as you slip past iron gates into the inner world of convent walls. This isn't the place of silent prayer you imagined. Rather, it hums with hidden creativity, the flicker of candlelight catching on powdered pigments and gold leaf. Here, beyond the heavy wooden doors, women find sanctuary not from sin, but from a society that demands silence. In these convent studios, brushes dance across panels in rhythms only they can hear. There's a smell of beeswax and rosewater. You can almost taste the sweetness of boiled honey used to prepare the gesso. Nuns and lay sisters lean over easels, robes swishing as they grind azurite into the purest blues and malachite into haunting greens. You watch a sister carefully trace the delicate hem of a saint's robe, her breath steady her fingers, trembling only when the abbess peeks in with a tray of lavender tea. Historians still argue whether these convent workshops were truly liberating or merely another cage in different drapery. While society believed these women withdrew from the world to pray and fade, they actually built luminous worlds on small altarpieces and devotional panels. Some of these paintings would travel far beyond the convent, ending up in local churches, or even royal collections, always unsigned, always whispered about as gifts from the sisters. A peculiar detail catches your eye. One nun, rumored to have been a talented harpist before taking vows, hides tiny musical notations in the folds of angelic robes. Another incorporates miniature landscapes that resemble the orchard she once tended as a child. In the corner, you find sketches of cats charming and almost mischievous peeking out from behind architectural flourishes as if they too demand a place in this silent gallery. Walking these tiled halls, you hear the echoes of laughter soft and scandalously free. Perhaps they joked about bishops who claimed to understand divine beauty while ordering mass-produced Madonna statues from workshops in Florence. Or maybe they teased each other about who could make the most realistic strawberry on a martyr's platter. Though these convents protected them from the gaze of husbands and male guardians, the walls could not keep out the longing for recognition. You sense it in the way a sister pauses after each brushstroke, as though hoping someone someday might whisper her name aloud. Some historians suggest that without these convents, many women would never have touched a brush at all. Yet others argue that the art made within these walls was kept deliberately soft and devotional to prevent too much self-expression, a compromise between faith and freedom. You imagine sneaking into the refectory at night, finding a group of sisters crowded around a single candle, giggling as they critique each other's cherubs or adjust the shading on a kneeling figure. They share stolen honey cakes and pass around letters from distant patrons who believe the brothers are painting these pieces. There's a certain irony here. While outside women were expected to be modest and invisible, inside the convent they painted larger-than-life saints, weeping Madonnas, and mystical visions that dwarfed their daily lives. In paint, they could be loud, even heroic, though they themselves remained cloaked in black veils. Standing in the chapel, you tilt your head and wonder about the countless fingertips that shape these luminous halos. You listen for secrets, hidden beneath each gilded starburst, each swirling vine. The hush of the night seems to echo their quiet defiance, the sound of countless sighs pressed into tempera layers like fragile love letters. A historian might still debate whether these artists saw themselves as mere instruments of God's glory or as true creators in their own right. You sense the answer isn't so clear. Some sisters might have yearned for fame, others found peace in anonymity, and a few perhaps dreamed of both under the same moonlit sky. And so you wander deeper into these cloisters of creativity, your eyelids heavy, but your curiosity alive. Each corridor holds another mystery, each chapel wall another whisper of a woman who dared to leave a mark even if no one would ever call it hers. A faint rustle of silk slips past you as you drift from the convent walls to an ornate chamber, bright with candlelight bouncing off polished marble floors. You've arrived in the courtly salons of Renaissance Italy, a world where the air smells faintly of rosewater varnish and powdered pearls. Here you meet a name that should have been as luminous as the moon, Sofonisba Anguissola. Imagine her standing beside her easel, a young woman with dark, watchful eyes painting portraits that seem ready to breathe. She captures a flicker of self-awareness in a young prince's gaze, or a hidden mischief behind a duchess's fan. Yet even as her brush brings these figures to life, her own name begins to slip through the cracks of court records. Historians still argue whether Sofonisba's disappearance from mainstream art chronicles was due to politics' male envy or the quiet mechanics of erasure that so often swept away women's legacies. You peer at a letter she once wrote, its edges frayed, each loop of ink whispering her determination to learn to perfect, to be seen. She trained under Michelangelo's distant mentorship. Imagine that a young woman writing to one of the greatest masters for feedback, and yet her contributions are now footnotes, at best eclipsed by male painters whose talents she quietly shaped. Her delicate experiments with composition and intimacy subtly influence the likes of Van Dyck and Caravaggio, even though most casual museum goers would never know her name. In a corner of the chamber, you find a half-finished portrait of a young girl playing chess, each piece meticulously detailed. This painting wasn't just an image. It was a whispered rebellion showcasing a woman's intellectual capacity and strategic mind at a time when society preferred her to remain silent. A small, quirky touch emerges. Sofonisba often included playful exchanges of glances among her subjects, creating a secret dialogue only the careful viewer could decode. Perhaps a maid smirks behind a noblewoman's shoulder, or a child clutches a beloved dog with a knowing wink. These winks across time are Sofonisba's mischievous fingerprints, delicate and defiant. As you step closer, you imagine the lavish court dinners, the clinking of gold goblets, the whispered intrigues behind silk fans. Yet somewhere in that glittering maze, Sofonisba retreated to her small studio, practicing late into the night. The only witnesses to her artistic breakthroughs were the moon and the soft shuffle of her own slippers on the marble. Even in her old age, far from the courts, she continued to paint, her eyes clouding, but her spirit as sharp as ever. Historians still puzzle over these later works. Some attribute them to lesser-known male contemporaries, others to students. Yet a careful observer can see her characteristic warmth and wit in each stroke, each shimmering highlight on a cheek or collar. You pause breathing in the soft candle smoke, the faint sweetness of imported citrus drifting in from a nearby orchard. Each detail feels like a love letter to a world that only half heard her name. And somewhere between the laughter of courtiers and the echoing hush of empty galleries today, Sofonisba's ghost might still wander, gently adjusting a collar. Here adding a twinkle to an eye, they're determined to be seen, even if no one is looking. She stands as a quiet reminder that a woman's genius can change the course of art without her ever signing her name boldly on the front of a canvas. Perhaps she believed the work itself was the true signature, the ultimate silent rebellion against erasure. You close your eyes, and in the darkness, you almost hear her hum softly as she paints lost in the swirl of pigments and dreams. Each brushstroke becomes a heartbeat, each highlight a memory refusing to fade. A soft glow leaks through a heavy velvet curtain as you step into another studio, this one filled with tension so sharp you can almost hear it buzzing in the air. You're here to meet Artemisia Gentileschi, a name that, unlike many of her sisters, managed to claw its way back into art history books, though only after centuries of silence. Artemisia's world is drenched in bold chiaroscuro intense shadows against blindingly bright highlights, mirroring the drama of her own life. The smell of oil paint and turpentine hangs thick, mingling with the iron tang of determination. You find her, standing over a massive canvas sleeves, rolled up a dagger-like brush in her hand. She paints Judith beheading Holofernes with a force so visceral you can almost feel the arterial spray. This is not a polite, demure biblical scene. This is rage transformed into art. Historians still argue whether Artemisia's depictions of violent heroines were expressions of personal trauma, calculated acts of defiance, or simply masterful exercises in Baroque theatricality. As you drift closer, you notice small, defiant details, a wisp of hair falling stubbornly into Judith's eye, a hand gripping the sword so hard the knuckles glow white. These gestures pulse with life, hinting at a depth of understanding only a woman intimately familiar with both violence and survival could render. Artemisia's story unfolds like a dark ballad. Trained by her father Orazio, she painted alongside him, often overshadowed by his reputation. But when she emerged into the public sphere, an audacious act for a woman in the 17th century, she refused to be hidden in the shadows. In her trial testimony against the painter Agostino Tassi, who assaulted her, Artemisia described the ordeal with brutal honesty. Even centuries later, her words cut sharper than any palette knife. Afterward, instead of retreating, she painted harder, brighter, fiercer. Quirky footnotes to her career appear here and there. Artemisia signed some works with the Latin phrase painted by Artemisia Gentileschi woman, almost as if challenging viewers to confront the hand behind the brush directly. In a time when women were expected to remain invisible, she declared herself twice by skill and by name. You might find her in Naples, Florence, or London, chasing commissions and leaving behind a trail of determined brushstrokes. While other women cloaked their work in anonymity or convent walls, Artemisia charged into the patronage system, head-on, demanding her seat at the table and often getting it. Yet even she couldn't escape erasure entirely. For years, many of her paintings were misattributed to male contemporaries or to her father. Some critics claimed her feminine hand was only capable of delicate details, and that surely her father must have corrected her bold compositions. Historians still argue Whether these attributions were deliberate sabotage or simple oversight, though you can almost hear Artemisia scoff at the latter. Tonight, as you watch her dab vermilion onto a heroine's sleeve, you sense an electric charge in the air. There's a timelessness to her defiance, each portrait, each blade of painted light, a whispered challenge across centuries. You see a quiet irony. Though her subjects often hold weapons, her true weapon was always her brush. She steps back from the easel studies, her work with a narrowed gaze, then turns to you, as if to ask, what will you do with this story, now that you know it? And you, half asleep, but more awake than you felt all day, realize you've become part of the silent audience she always knew was out there, waiting to see her clearly. In the hush of the studio, you hear the echo of her laughter, dry, triumphant, unstoppable. Even if her name vanished from textbooks for generations, her energy still spills from every painted wrist and every resolute stare. You close your eyes, and in the darkness behind your lids, you see her heroines rise from the canvas, stepping beyond the frame into the soft corridors of your dreams. A hush, as delicate as parchment, settles over you as you move from the grand canvases into an even smaller, more intimate world, the realm of illuminated manuscripts. Here the air is thick with the scent of ink and animal glue, and the flicker of candles glints off gold leaf like tiny stars trapped on vellum. You bend over a high desk, peeking into a universe of miniatures, so detailed they feel like whispers turned into images. In the margins of these manuscripts, Bibles, prayer books, royal chronicles lurk hidden women's hands, soft and deft tracing saints' halos, and minuscule roses that could vanish beneath a single tear. Historians still debate whether these female illuminators worked openly under their own names, or if their contributions were always absorbed into the anonymity of a monastic workshop. Some suggest that women entered as assistants painting borders and decorative initials before secretly slipping in entire scenes. Others argue they led entire miniatures, but simply lacked the social capital to sign them. One particularly quirky discovery in a 14th century bestiary, a woman illuminator is believed to have added a small snail jousting with a knight, an absurd, hilarious detail that scholars now see as a tiny act of rebellion against solemn church commissions. You almost hear her giggle centuries later at the image of an armored snail tipping its lance. Your eyes flit over pages, blooming with flowers, vines twisting into impossible knots, peacocks with shimmering necks peeking behind holy figures. You imagine the illuminator leaning forward, hair tied back with a simple ribbon, fingers stained with lapis and cochineal. Perhaps she hummed a secular tune while working on a sacred text, her mind wandering to the orchard outside or a secret letter from a friend. These miniature worlds often contained hidden critiques or private jokes, a fox slipping into a henhouse beside a bishop's sermon, or a monkey reading a legal charter upside down. Through these clever insertions, women artists left pieces of themselves, fleeting as dreams but sharp as a thorn. The scriptorium around you feels alive with faint scratching sounds, the rustle of parchment sheets being turned. The coolness of the stone walls contrasts with the warmth radiating from a woman's quiet focus as she dots a saint's eyelid with the smallest flick imaginable. You sense the hush of centuries accumulating here, like dust on an untouched reliquary. You pause at one page depicting a Virgin Mary so tenderly rendered it feels like a personal diary entry rather than religious propaganda. The softness of her expression hints at a woman's careful observation of real mothers and children, moments unrecorded by male chroniclers obsessed with divine perfection. Historians still argue whether these women believed in leaving such personal traces, or whether they resigned themselves to anonymity as a form of spiritual humility. You sense a quiet layered truth, a push and pull between devotion and desire for recognition. As you lean in, you notice a small cat curled under a table in the background, an impossibly gentle touch, perhaps a tribute to a beloved convent companion or a household pet. You almost hear its purr, vibrating softly under the quills. These illuminations are both prison and paradise, each page a confined space, yet an infinite cosmos of color and life. Women who could not claim wall-sized canvases turn to these small worlds, instead turning constraint into intimacy, silence into shimmering narrative. You close your eyes, and the glimmer of gold dances behind your eyelids. You feel the pulse of their presence, the echo of each delicate line as it winds around your drifting thoughts. A small rebellion, a quiet song, a story so fine it can only be read by moonlight. A low clang echoes off cobblestones as you step into a medieval alleyway filled with the scent of wet wool, warm bread, and old iron tools. You follow the noise to a broad wooden door, swinging open onto a bustling guild workshop. Here, apprentices shuffle nervously, masters strut with stained aprons, and the air is thick with the hierarchy of medieval craft. These guilds ruled everything from tapestry weaving to sculpture, from manuscript illumination to monumental frescoes. Each technique guarded like a precious family heirloom, passed down only through strict male lineages. Women you notice hover at the edge, faces half-shadowed hands hidden beneath shawls, eyes sharp and knowing. Historians still argue whether these women were outright banned or simply pushed away through fees so high and rules so rigid they might as well have been locks on the door. A few noble exceptions flicker in the records, like faint stars before dawn, daughters who worked beside their fathers in small workshops, or widows who were grudgingly allowed to finish a husband's commission so long as they didn't sign their own name. A quirky footnote: some guilds required proof of moral integrity, meaning a woman might be rejected, not for lack of talent, but because she had the audacity to exist outside a convent or a kitchen. You imagine an artist's daughter arguing with a stern master over pigment ratios, while her brother dozed off nearby, only for her insights to be copied into the guild book under his name. Inside the workshop, rows of easels glow in the morning light. You see rough sketches pinned to walls, dragons dancing among saints' battle scenes, bleeding into ethereal Madonnas. A woman stands near the backhands, smudged with red ochre, turning her face just slightly whenever a master strides past. Her brush hovers above the canvas, longing to move freely, but she knows each stroke is a quiet risk. An occasional patron appears cloaked and shuffling eyes darting across the canvases. When they ask who painted a particularly striking saint's robe or an exquisitely tender expression, the master answers with a male apprentice's name, even as the woman in the shadows quietly cleans her palette. Guild rules were more than ink on parchment. They were living barriers, heavy as stone shaping, whose visions could shape the world. You can almost hear the echo of countless debates about who deserved to wield a brush, echoing through generations of chisels and chiseled egos. Historians still argue whether guilds' exclusion of women was driven purely by economic protectionism or deeper fears that a woman's brush might reveal something too tender, too human. Either way, the result was the same centuries of silent talent smothered before it even touched the canvas. You step into a corner where an unfinished altarpiece glimmers under layers of dust. There's a delicate tenderness in the angel's gaze, a softness that feels unmistakably different. You imagine a woman staying late, candles burning low, finishing this angel's eyes in secret. The hush of the room seems to hold its breath, preserving this hidden moment across time. Outside, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer sounds like an alarm clock in the night. But inside, the whispers are softer, like the rustle of parchment turning in the dark, or the quiet inhale before a forbidden brushstroke. As you leave, you turn back once more to the workshop, half expecting to see her finally step forward into the light. But she remains in the shadows, hands still eyes, waiting for a future that might never arrive. In your mind's eye, her spirit flits between the easels, moving from palette to palette like a silent guardian of lost genius. And maybe, just maybe her story flickers to life as you drift closer to sleep, imagining her first bold stroke, finally free of all the old rules. You drift now into a smaller, more intimate studio, a family space thick with the smell of boiled glue and crushed pigments, where the creak of floorboards and the hush of whispered corrections create a cocoon of secrecy. This is the world of daughters who painted under fathers' names, their talent hidden beneath layers of family strategy and societal necessity. Imagine a young woman, sleeves rolled to her elbows, meticulously highlighting a saint's halo while her father entertains a patron in the next room. Her hands are steady, her eyes sharp, but when the door creaks open, she quickly steps back, letting her father take the credit. You feel her frustration like an invisible pulse in the air, a sigh echoing across centuries. Historians still argue whether these daughters agreed to this arrangement willingly or were coerced by economic and social pressures too heavy to defy. Some letters hint at pride in contributing to the family's survival, while others read like soft cries for recognition hidden behind polite script. A quirky detail catches your eye in some family studios. The daughter's personal touches appear as tiny motifs, like a single wildflower hidden in a noblewoman's hair, or a delicate star sewn into a knight's cloak. These gentle signatures whispered, "I was here," even if the public never knew. Picture a father exhausted from bargaining with wealthy patrons who insisted on strict deadlines and perfect religious decorum. Behind him, his daughter might be finishing an entire composition, refining color gradients, and adding the gentle human warmth that only she could create. Yet when the final payment arrived, only his name glistened in the ledger. In the corner, a shelf overflows with half-finished sketches, some of which are never meant to be seen. Perhaps they were her private experiments, portraits of sisters, spontaneous landscapes from the window, or playful studies of the family cat. These sketches become like pressed flowers in a forgotten book, fragile evidence of a rich inner world. Historians still debate whether the master's signature was a protective measure, shielding the daughter from scandal and professional scrutiny, or a selfish erasure meant to consolidate fame and money. You sense the answer is tangled a soft braid of love and ambition, fear and survival. In some rare moments, a daughter's style would shine so brilliantly that even cautious fathers couldn't keep her completely hidden. Whispers among local merchants and lower-tier patrons would circulate. The master's daughter has the finer hand. They'd say hushed, as though discussing forbidden poetry. Yet those rumors rarely translated into commissions of her own. Imagine the quiet dinners afterward, soup steaming in earthenware bowls, bread torn by hand. Maybe her father would praise her softly, or perhaps he'd remind her sternly of the family's precarious place in a world that expected women to fade into tapestries, not paint them. You can almost hear her dreams bubbling beneath each spoonful, like a song no one dares hum aloud. The room around you flickers each unfinished canvas a soft heartbeat. As you move between easels, you feel the presence of countless daughters, their spirits humming in unison like a hidden choir. In the hush of twilight, their secret ambitions swirl like pigment in water, delicate and unstoppable. You glance at a particularly luminous portrait, a mother holding a child, their eyes locked in a moment so intimate it feels like an intrusion. Here, you sense her true voice, her gentle defiance etched in every fine line. In this soft darkness, the studio becomes a sanctuary of stolen hours and half-told stories. You step out, leaving the daughter behind, still at her easel, dreaming of a future where she might sign her own name without fear. Perhaps tonight, as you drift between waking and sleep, you'll carry her wish with you, a delicate vow that somewhere, somehow, every hidden artist will one day be seen. A moonbeam slants across your path as you slip into a small locked chamber, almost more a shrine than a studio. Here you find the ghosts of self-portraits that once shimmered in candlelight, now vanished or reborn under borrowed names. This is the quiet realm of women's self-images, lost to time, malice, or neglect. Imagine a woman standing before a polished copper mirror, brush in hand, examining the arch of her brow, the gentle curve of her cheek. She hesitates, starts again, wipes the canvas, repeats. Each line a tentative claim on her own identity, each highlight a silent plea. See me. Yet so often these portraits never left the private study, or were later relabeled as anonymous noblewoman, or more gallingly as male self-portraits to fit a patriarchal canon. Historians still argue whether these losses were orchestrated purges to maintain male-centered artistic lineages, or simply the brutal side effect of inheritance disputes and shifting tastes. Either way, the result is a spectral gallery of almost encounters moments where a woman nearly stepped forward only to be pulled back by invisible hands. A particularly quirky footnote in one 17th century inventory, a small mirror portrait of a certain lady was catalogued beside a cracked chamber pot and a broken lute, as though her own likeness held as little worth as discarded housewares. You almost hear her sigh echo through the centuries, a resigned but defiant whisper. Even so, I was here. Some women, artists, experimented with layered symbolism, embedding tiny cryptic clues to their identity, a hidden monogram on a pearl earring, a telltale pet cat curled at their feet, or an out-of-place flower not native to any known royal garden. They stitched these fragile proofs into their work like secret love letters to future eyes that might one day understand. You move softly between canvases that shimmer and shift in your mind's eye. A woman gazes at you with an expression equal parts defiant and tender, as if she's just stepped out of her frame to join you in your wandering. You want to ask her what she saw in her own eyes when she painted them, but she only holds your gaze in shimmering silence. Historians still argue whether the destruction or misattribution of these self-portraits was a societal reflex to contain women's ambition or simply the result of chaotic archival neglect. You sense it was both a world terrified of women seeing themselves and daring to show that vision to others. A swirl of velvet drapery and a faint scent of rose oil drift through the room. You sense a woman lingering behind you, peeking over your shoulder to see whether you recognize her. Perhaps even in her lifetime, she knew her face might vanish from walls and memory alike. Outside, the soft patter of rain begins each droplet, a tiny metronome marking all the moments women artists watch their own reflection slip away. You imagine them standing by studio windows, listening to rain on the panes, wondering if the world would ever remember the shape of their smiles, the warmth in their eyes. You pause before an invisible mirror. Instead of your own reflection, you catch fleeting glimpses of them, a quick turn of a head, here, a glint of a paintbrush there, a half-formed smirk fading into mist. It feels like a ghostly dance, a quiet carnival of vanished identities swirling in and out of view. In this hush, you find a soft rebellion, each erased self-portrait, a testament to the very selfhood they tried to deny. Each stroke, each tiny signature, tucked away in the folds of a painted gown, whispers, "I was more than a muse. I was the maker." As you turn to leave, the echo of their quiet laughter seems to follow you, rising softly into the rain-soaked night. You carry their hidden gazes with you, tucked between your ribs, like a secret vow. Perhaps tonight they will visit you, in dreams, painting themselves back into existence stroke by stroke. The scent of crushed marigold and wet clay draws you onward into a sunlit courtyard, where the lines between worlds, indigenous and colonial, local and imported, blur like ink and water. You've crossed into the studios of colonial-era women artists, a realm where each brushstroke was both a prayer and an act of quiet defiance. Imagine a woman standing barefoot on cool tiles, mixing pigments under a mango tree. Around her, you hear the soft clatter of market stalls and the distant echo of church bells. She blends local iconography, snakes winding around sun deities, hummingbirds darting through sacred gardens with European saints, and Madonna figures sent from across the sea. Historians still argue whether these women actively sought to challenge colonial aesthetics or simply used them as a shield to protect their own traditions. You sense it was a delicate dance pleasing overseers while slipping ancestral symbols into the folds of holy robes under the gaze of European missionaries. A quirky detail glints in the bright courtyard light in one 18th century Mexican convent. Nuns painted elaborate floral borders around imported religious prints, secretly inserting native medicinal plants, only understood by local midwives. You imagine them giggling softly as they worked, trading recipes for herbal salves while adding these coded tributes. As you wander through this hybrid garden of images, you find paintings alive with improbable juxtapositions, a Virgin Mary surrounded by local jungle cats, saints whose halos shimmer with designs inspired by traditional weaving patterns. Each detail pulses with layered meaning, an entire secret archive hidden in plain sight. A small room nearby holds unfinished panels. Some depict colonial governors in heavy brocade. Others show quiet village gatherings, women selling tamales beneath paper garlands. You sense that behind every official commission lies an unspoken question. How much of ourselves can we preserve without being seen as a threat? Outside the wall is dappled with sunlight filtering through banana leaves. A woman wipes her brow fingers, stained with cochineal crimson. Perhaps she's thinking about the story her grandmother once told of gods who created humans from maize, or perhaps she's just planning dinner. The mundane and the divine coexist each moment, a subtle brushstroke on her living canvas. Historians still debate whether these colonial women artists ever hoped to be remembered, or if their work was always meant as offerings to a silent lineage, an invisible audience of ancestors. You sense a quiet pride in each hidden element, as though every flower and feather is a whispered promise. We are still here. You turn toward a small altar shimmering in the corner, where candles flicker beneath a painting of a saint holding a serpent, an image unrecorded in European hagiographies. The air is heavy, with copal smoke curling like ancient words in the dusk. You inhale deeply, feeling the warm ache of 1,000 quiet rebellions stitched into these frames. In a side courtyard, chickens peck the dirt beside broken pots, and a young girl sketches in the dust with a twig. You see a hint of the future in her eyes. Perhaps she'll carry on the blend of worlds, or perhaps she'll invent something entirely new. Even now, her small dusty lines feel as powerful as ink. As the sky turns golden, you hear the hush of evening settle over the studio. You feel the ghosts of these artists slip past you like silk scarves on a breeze. They brush your arm lightly, as if to say, "Notice us not as curiosities, but as creators, dreamers, mothers of color and line." In this twilight, you realize you're standing in a living tapestry, each woman's silent song woven through your breathing. You step softly, holding their colors in your mind, letting their hybrid visions seep into your own dreams. Tonight, perhaps you'll wander their courtyards in sleep, humming songs in languages both remembered and invented, painting with brushes dipped in moonlight and maize. A hush of powdered wigs and the faint rustle of silk petticoats guides you into a gleaming Parisian salon where chandeliers glitter like constellations above carefully arranged chairs. You've arrived at the French salon of the 18th century, a place where art and ambition clink together like crystal glasses, just loud enough to drown out the quiet aspirations of women artists. You slip between guests in powdered wigs, their faces pale as moonlight powdered to perfection. On the walls, large canvases trumpet grand mythological scenes, all signed with confidently scrawled male signatures. A small overlooked corner holds delicate flower studies and gentle domestic portraits, works that seem to exhale a different, softer rhythm. Historians still argue whether the rejection of women's art was a reflection of institutional misogyny or simply an adherence to rigid aesthetic rules. Either way, the outcome was heartbreakingly predictable. Most female submissions were dismissed as amateurish, regardless of their technical brilliance. A quirky glimpse into this world, certain salon judges reportedly spent more time debating the length of a woman's lace cuff or the tilt of her bonnet than analyzing her brushwork. You imagine a talented artist standing before her canvas cheeks, flushed from the heated studio air, while a judge critiques the supposed frivolity of her palette, oblivious to the luminous skill before him. In one corner, you notice a young artist adjusting her delicate lace gloves, her eyes flicking nervously between the audience and her small painting. She's depicted a mother and child with such tenderness that you feel you can hear the baby's soft sigh. But the audience barely glances, drawn instead to bombastic battle scenes dripping with masculine triumph. The hush of these rooms feels thick, heavy with unspoken verdicts. While some women tried to bend their style to fit the grand historical genre demanded by the salons, most found themselves pushed into acceptable subjects: flowers, still life's domestic scenes, like gilded cages disguised as bouquets. Historians still debate whether these limited categories were meant to protect women from critical ridicule or to confine their artistic voice into neat, manageable corners. You sense it was a bit of both, a paternalistic prison masquerading as polite courtesy. Your eye drifts to a tender painting of a small garden fountain, each ripple and leaf executed with astonishing subtlety. You feel the artist's longing woven into the soft movement of water, a gentle rebellion that whispers, "I can see more than you allow me to show." Outside, a carriage rolls past, horses snorting in the early evening air. The artist's mind might be drifting there, wondering if her painting will ever hang in a grand hallway, or if it will be sold cheaply to a provincial patron who sees only decorative charm. You find a note tucked behind a column, scribbled on a scrap of silk ribbon. It reads simply, "We see each other," a clandestine message among women artists who encouraged one another in whispers and sideways glances. A fragile network formed in secret, alive in corridors and dusty garden paths, stronger than any official recognition could grant. As you drift further, you imagine late-night gatherings where these artists shared stolen glasses of wine and critiqued each other's hidden works, their laughter echoing off high ceilings like a suppressed chorus. The salons may have locked their ambitions behind velvet ropes, but their spirits spilled over, seeping into small canvases and private sketchbooks like moonlight through lace curtains. Tonight, as you close your eyes, you might hear their hushed jokes about powdered judges and the smell of rotting wigs, their small conspiracies blooming like poppies in a hidden field. In that secret space, their brushes run free painting worlds that the salons refuse to see, but that still glow in the quiet corners of your dreams. A gentle fog rolls in as you drift into a Victorian drawing room, filled with the muffled ticking of a mantel clock and the faint scent of rosewater and coal smoke. Lace drapes flutter softly, catching shadows of an era that prided itself on appearances more than truths. Welcome to a world where women's artistic brilliance was hidden behind the polite euphemism of decorative arts. The walls are adorned with delicate watercolors of blossoms and birds, fine embroidery framed like miniature tapestries, and porcelain figurines that seem to sigh under your gaze. These works shimmer with detail and emotion, but you quickly realize that each was branded hobby rather than high art. Historians still argue whether Victorian society deliberately stifled female creativity or genuinely believed that women's hands were best suited for the drawing room rather than the academy. In either case, the result was a smokescreen so effective it nearly suffocated entire generations of women artists. A quirky aside, many Victorian art journals offered ladies' sections filled with patterns for doilies and teacup arrangements rather than serious critiques or exhibition announcements. Imagine a woman, brush poised, pausing over an oil landscape, only to be advised to switch to silk embroidery of violets instead. You catch sight of a young woman in the corner, head bent over a sketch of a rural landscape, so evocative you can almost feel the dampness of morning mist. Yet when a guest approaches, she covers it quickly with a floral sampler, smiling demurely as if she'd merely been rehearsing a polite pastime. These rooms heavy with moral sermons and etiquette manuals were gilded cages disguised as parlors. You sense that beneath each well-mannered nod and pastel ribbon, 1,000 unspoken rebellions smoldered. A woman's creative impulse labeled a pastime became a delicate rebellion stitched into every petal, every feather, every fine line. Historians still debate whether Victorian women secretly saw themselves as true artists, or if they had resigned themselves entirely to society's gentle patronizing applause. You sense they oscillated between pride and quiet despair, each brushstroke a footstep in an invisible march toward a recognition that might never come. You imagine after-dinner gatherings where women compared thread colors under candlelight, their whispers charged with hidden meanings. "Your blue today is so daring," one might say, and the other would smirk knowingly, understanding that daring was as close as they could come to brilliant without scandal. A faint laugh echoes from an adjoining room where a group of women share designs for fans and bonnets. Perhaps among them is a landscape painter whose true masterpieces are hidden in a locked trunk upstairs, or a figure sculptor whose clay works were smashed to protect her family's reputation. A soft breeze shifts a stack of delicate paper sketches on a small side table. You glimpse a study of stormy seas, so raw and fierce it threatens to tear the doilies from the table. It feels like a confession, a wild scream smothered under crinolines and tea rituals. Outside, a carriage clatters by its lantern glow, spilling across the room like liquid gold. You see her glance toward the window, her eyes catching that fleeting light, perhaps dreaming of exhibitions of lecture halls of her name in print, not as Miss So-and-so's pretty pastime, but as a true artist in her own right. In this twilight hush, you feel each woman's soft defiance woven into the hush of the evening, stitched into the hems of dresses, and curled around each painted petal. Their stories hum beneath your ribs, a fragile chorus waiting to bloom in moonlit dreams. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, you might feel their gentle brush on your shoulder, urging you to see them not as passive mistresses of polite pastimes, but as fierce creators who dared to craft beauty inside cages of lace and propriety. A hush of cigarette smoke and typewriter keys greets you as you slip into a cramped, dusty archive room in the early 20th century. Flickering desk lamps illuminate stacks of yellowed papers and heavy folios, each one a potential resurrection of a long-forgotten woman artist. This is the era of rediscovery, where scholars and historians dared to unearth what society so meticulously buried. Imagine a young art historian hunched over a brittle canvas, her fingers smudged with charcoal, and her glasses slipping down her nose. She squints into a corner, tracing a faint, nearly invisible monogram beneath centuries of grime. Her heart skips. Did she just find a lost signature? A spark of a woman's voice rising from silence. Historians still argue whether these rediscoveries were driven by genuine scholarly curiosity or by the shifting winds of cultural fashion. You sense that in truth, it was a strange swirling dance of both personal passion entwined with institutional skepticism, a tug of war between the old guard and the rising tide of feminist voices. A quirky little note buried in one scholar's diary, she wrote about her habit of talking aloud to the paintings, greeting them like long-lost friends. You almost hear her whisper, "I knew you were here all along," as she carefully peels back layers of varnish. In another corner, a professor pores over a set of dusty ledgers from a Florentine convent, suddenly realizing that payments once attributed to a Master Giovanni match, letters sent by a nun describing her commissions in delicate Latin script. The professor's hands tremble ink, splattering the margins as centuries of misattribution begin to unravel in her mind. As you drift further into this archive maze, you catch glimpses of women's networks, slowly re-emerging sketches once hidden in private diaries, letters traded like smuggled jewels, recipes for pigment mixed with coded notes on secret meetings. The story of each rediscovered work feels like a late-blooming flower, defying even the harshest frost. Historians still debate whether these revelations truly restore justice or simply rewrite old hierarchies in new language. You sense that each recovered name is both triumph and tragedy, a celebration of resilience and a lament for centuries lost to dust. A typed card, labeled anonymous, is crossed out, replaced by a handwritten name in bold ink. You watch as the simple gesture sends a tremor through the dusty shelves, echoing like a tiny earthquake through academia and beyond. Somewhere in the dark corners of a museum, a small plaque is quietly changed, a whisper of correction, too subtle for most visitors to notice, but monumental to those who understand. You feel the breath of countless archivists who have spent lifetimes chasing half-erased letters, torn signatures, and stray brush hairs stuck in the canvas grain. Their work is a kind of gentle necromancy, calling voices back from the other side of silence. Nearby, a radio murmurs jazz from another room, anachronistic rhythms mixing with the smell of old paper and binding glue. You imagine a historian humming along, thinking about the long line of women's names she will someday share with the world. A soft draft ruffles your hair as you step into a row of paintings, now correctly attributed vibrant portraits, intimate domestic scenes, swirling dreamlike visions. Each canvas seems to exhale at last, as if relieved to finally wear its true name. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, you may find yourself in that archive, fingers sliding across inked margins, whispering greetings to lost sisters. Perhaps in dreams, you'll help lift another forgotten name into the light, a moonlit gesture across centuries of shadows. The faint hum of an air conditioner joins the soft shuffle of museum-goers' feet as you drift into the present, where the walls of global galleries glow under controlled lighting. Here, pristine glass cases and towering canvases tell stories both ancient and modern. But some stories are still frayed at the edges, as though whispered too quietly to be heard. You move slowly past solemn security guards and sleek exhibition labels until you arrive at a painting recently reattributed. The plaque now hesitantly offers two names, one male and one female, separated by a cautious or. Historians still argue whether this cautious dual credit honors hidden genius or simply reveals the institution's fear of being wrong. A quirky modern detail, a curator confesses in a podcast that she sometimes chats to paintings during late-night inventory shifts, asking them to spill their secrets. You imagine her hair, tied back flashlight in hand, murmuring to a half-lit Madonna, "Tell me, was it really him? Or did your true mother never sign her name?" Across the room, a small crowd gathers around a once-forgotten still life, now believed to be by a woman artist previously lost to footnotes. The brushwork feels like a delicate pulse. Each petal seems to draw breath. A teenage girl sketches it in her notebook, perhaps dreaming of signing her own work boldly one day, unafraid of the future. Historians still debate whether these reattributions and scholarly corrections genuinely empower modern audiences to see women artists as equals, or if they merely act as temporary exhibitions, flashy updates before fading back into archives. You sense that each debate is a quiet storm, rolling through conference halls and online forums with the force of centuries' worth of unheard voices. Nearby, a display screen flickers with social media tags, "Forgotten Women Artists," "Her Canvas," "Reclaim the Brush." The hashtags swirl like hopeful fireflies illuminating dark corners of history, but also sometimes trivializing them into trending topics. You see the tension. How can one capture the depth of a woman's vanished career in a caption limited to a few characters? A young docent stands by, explaining to visitors the controversial debate surrounding these contested canvases. You hear her voice tremble slightly when she says, "We may never know the whole truth." Her honesty feels braver than any neat label. You move closer to a portrait, whose new attribution remains fiercely disputed. The sitter's gaze is so direct, you feel it pierce through layers of varnish and institutional hesitancy. Perhaps this stare was meant to challenge future viewers. Will you finally see me? Or will you let me fade again into polite oblivion? A small brass plaque nearby lists competing attributions, each name a ghostly echo. You sense the artists, both male and female, standing invisibly behind you, breathing down your neck, waiting to hear their fates. Historians still argue whether museums should preserve these contested labels as living debates or commit to bold revisions. You sense the fragile dance between caution and courage, knowing that behind each decision lies an entire life, once lived in silent brushstrokes. As the museum lights dim for the evening, a security guard herds visitors toward the exit. You linger a moment longer, feeling the hum of unspoken names all around you. Outside, the city glows in neon and moonlight, oblivious to the quiet revolutions happening inside its marble walls. Yet, in your mind, the museum halls remain alive, echoing with half-signed letters, unfinished signatures, and defiant stares that will not be forgotten. Tonight, as you sink deeper into sleep, you might dream of these debates as a swirling ballroom dance, each name twirling under chandeliers of starlight, finally stepping forward from centuries of shadows to claim the floor. You follow the glow of screens and neon signs into a landscape so bright it almost hums, a world of movie sets, music videos, streaming shows, and viral digital art. Here in pop culture's shifting dreamscape, the long-lost echoes of women artists flicker in and out, sometimes celebrated, sometimes fumbled into caricature. In one corner, a TV series costume designer adjusts a collar meant to pay homage to a Renaissance painter, her hands trembling slightly as she threads modern fabrics into old silhouettes. The camera swoops in, and for a fleeting moment, a heroine's determined eyes suggest Artemisia's unyielding spirit before the next scene cuts away to sword fights and melodrama. Historians still argue whether these nods are true reclamations or shallow tokens sprinkled to appear woke. You sense that each reference is a fragile bridge, one step toward recognition, yet always at risk of collapsing under the weight of marketing slogans and internet memes. A quirky twist catches your attention in a recent video game. A side quest allows players to restore lost paintings by fictional women artists. Some players race through it for points. Others pause to admire each brushstroke, while a few even record videos analyzing every detail. Even pixelated, the longing to be seen transcends code. Meanwhile, a pop singer dons a shimmering cape embroidered with a stylized self-portrait, echoing Sofonisba Anguissola's missing works. Under concert lights, her movements transform the garment into a living canvas. The crowd cheers and hashtags explode, but you wonder how many truly grasp the centuries of silence stitched into each sequin. You scroll past digital fan art online, a reimagined Judith holding Holofernes' head with neon graffiti in the background, or a delicate miniaturist reimagined as a modern tattoo artist. These reinterpretations shimmer between irreverence and reverence, each swipe a love letter or a misunderstanding. Historians still debate whether these fragments are enough to revive the erased voices, or if they risk trivializing them into a trend forgotten as quickly as a viral dance. You sense both danger and promise. Every pop culture echo carries a seed of truth and a risk of distortion. A whispered joke in a film's behind-the-scenes interview. We threw in a lost woman painter reference to sound intellectual. The actors giggle. The host moves on. Yet in that brief, careless moment, the ghosts of those women artists hover sighing like a gust through an empty gallery. You pause before a billboard depicting a fierce heroine wielding a paintbrush like a sword, an advertisement for a perfume named Muse. Its tagline reads, "Unleash your silent power." You sense the bitter irony centuries spent being silenced only to be rebranded and bottled for sale. And yet beneath the commercial gloss, there are glimmers of genuine connection. A young artist sketches under a street lamp headphones and whispering to herself about an overlooked nun illuminator she discovered online. Another posts her paintings on social media, tagging them she painted, too, hoping to keep the conversation alive one brushstroke at a time. Historians still argue whether pop culture can ever do justice to these complex legacies, or if it will always flatten them for mass consumption. But you feel that every new spark, however awkward or imperfect, keeps the embers of these women's stories glowing just a little longer. As the electric city pulses around you, you sense these forgotten artists slipping between screens and sketch pads, graffiti walls and red carpets haunting and blessing each space. Tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, you might dream of them stepping boldly into concert halls, onto digital canvases, into neon-lit alleys, reclaiming each beat and brushstroke. In that liminal sleep space, they may finally sign their names in luminous script across the sky. A soft twilight veil falls over your journey, now drawing you into the final, most tender chapter 1, where the worlds of history and dream blur into a quiet, shimmering horizon. Here, in this vast sleepscape, the lost women artists gather each with a brush in hand and colors that only exist in moonlit reveries. You wander through a misty meadow dotted with easels and tiny glowing lanterns. In the distance, you see Artemisia mixing starlight into a bowl, her fierce gaze softened by the hush of the night. Closer, Sofonisba is sketching a self-portrait on a sheet of dew-kissed silk, her laughter echoing like a secret shared just with you. Historians still argue whether imagining these dream worlds diminishes their real struggles or honors them through new storytelling. You sense it's a gentle merging, a chance for their erased signatures to finally glow as they were meant to, unconstrained by critics, archives, or markets. A quirky detail, each dream easel glows faintly with a personal symbol. One shimmers with a single wild violet, another crackles softly with golden cat whiskers, a third hums with the shape of a hummingbird mid-hover. Each mark says I was here without asking for permission. Nearby, a miniature illuminator drifts by her gown, made of parchment pages that flutter softly with every step. She dips her brush into a pool, reflecting moonlight, and paints a tiny fox on a passing cloud. Above her, colonial-era artists weave bright constellations from jungle flowers and snake motifs, their laughter weaving in and out of the breeze. In a quiet grove, Victorian women artists sit around a gentle bonfire, embroidering visions of worlds they were once forbidden to imagine. One woman threads stars into the lining of a gown, while another sculpts phantom busts from drifting mist. You feel the warmth of their rebellion no longer hidden under petticoats or parlors, but blooming freely beneath the starlit sky. Historians still debate whether their spirits would choose to be seen or remain hidden, cherished only in these liminal whispers. Tonight, as you stand among them, you sense their answer rising softly. They would choose to create endlessly joyfully, even if no one ever wrote their names on a gallery wall. A hush falls as a woman steps forward, her hands stained with color so bright it almost glows in the moonlight. She beckons you to an empty canvas. You hesitate, but she smiles a quiet invitation to join, to witness, to remember. In this dream world, there are no locked studios, no missing signatures, no judges peering over their spectacles. Only creation, only breath, only the gentle rustle of paintbrushes against the soft air. You sense every stroke as a heartbeat, every swirl as an inhale. The entire meadow pulses like a living gallery far beyond any museum's cold marble halls. Here, every woman paints not for approval or profit, but because the universe inside her demands to be seen, even if only by moonlight and passing fireflies. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine a distant bell echoing at dawn, the dew on an herb garden, the silent prayers drifting through ancient halls. Each brushstroke, each laughter, each vow, like a hidden stitch, waits to be rediscovered by those who dare to dream deeper. Picture the echo of a distant bell at dawn dew, clinging to the herb garden, and the first hush of prayer seeping through the cloisters. Why did these women spend countless hours stitching lilies into cloth? What did each delicate knot really whisper about the abbess's favorite sister or her least favorite one? Behind every serene stitch lies a tiny battlefield of alliances and soft rebellions hidden in plain sight. You wander through a narrow stone hallway, lined with tapestries so old they seem to breathe with the passing breeze. Your fingertips graze the frayed edges of wool and silk, each stitch a heartbeat from another time. In the convent's embroidery room, more a dimly lit sanctuary than a workshop, nuns bend over hoops and frames their silhouettes bobbing like gentle waves under moonlight. You watch them, their eyes half closed in serene devotion, or perhaps private contemplation, the rhythm of needle and thread echoing like a muted choir. It might surprise you to learn that embroidery wasn't simply a mindless task handed down by strict abbesses. In the Middle Ages, it served as an elaborate devotional act, every cross-stitch a silent prayer, every shimmering gold thread an offering to the divine. But beneath these sacred intentions lurked entire microcosms of convent politics woven right into the cloth. Historians still debate whether these subtle designs were acts of passive defiance or merely personal expressions of faith, but each theory adds another layer to the labyrinth. Imagine Sister Agnes hunched over an altar cloth, slipping in a tiny, almost invisible white rose. To an untrained eye, it's just a rose. To her, it's a sly commentary on Sister Beatrix's favored status. While no official minutes record these disputes, the textiles carry silent arguments as vivid as any shouted quarrel in the refectory. You lean closer and see motifs of dragons hidden behind vines, playful foxes darting among lilies, or lone sparrows perched on imaginary branches, each an inside joke, a confessional, or an accusation. It's like peeking into a centuries-old group chat, each message carefully encrypted in silk and linen. Quirky details abound. Some convents even had embroidery duels, informal competitions where sisters tried to outdo one another in complexity and wit. The prize, perhaps a few extra moments, tending the herb garden instead of scrubbing cauldrons, or the quiet prestige of out-embroidering a rival. And don't forget the convent cats, half mascot, half menace, who regularly pounced on skeins of silk and turned careful patterns into chaotic abstractions. Their accidental contributions became legend. Some claimed divine intervention. Others simply blamed the cat's love of mischief. Beyond personal rivalries, these textiles also served as coded communiques to patrons. A noblewoman ordering an altar frontal might unwittingly display a convent's hidden commentary on her family's crest, or her husband's recent political blunders. Sometimes these hidden symbols were so subtle that only a fellow nun or a future historian with excellent eyesight could decipher the intended scandal or sly jab. Picture a convent in Burgundy receiving a commission from a duchess known for her excessive feasts. The nuns, weary of her gluttonous reputation, might embroider plump, glistening grapes beneath an ostensibly pious scene of Christ feeding the multitude. Was it praise for abundance or a silent rebuke of overindulgence? Even today, scholars still lean over these works with magnifying glasses, arguing over whether those grapes are devotional or derisive. Of course, not every stitch held venom. For some sisters, embroidery was pure meditation, an escape from the rigid hours of prayer and study. They claimed to feel closer to God through the touch of the thread than through chanting psalms in the icy dawn. And while some abbesses encouraged artistic freedom as a form of devotion, others clamped down fearful of any idle fancy that might distract from the strict path to salvation. The thread itself bore secrets too. Imported silks from Byzantium shimmered like captured moonlight, while local wools felt earthy and humble. Dye recipes guarded more fiercely than some relics added further mystique. Cochineal bugs from distant shores gave red so deep they seemed to bleed under candlelight, while indigo from convent gardens hinted at oceanic depths. The sisters who mixed these dyes were equal parts chemists and mystics, always one slip away from scandal or spiritual epiphany. As you continue wandering through this hushed room, you sense the duality, each embroidery piece a shimmering veil between the inner life of a nun and the outer face shown to the world. Some works might be a confessional for unspoken loves or regrets. Others, an exorcism of doubts and loneliness stitched out under moonlight. Under the flicker of tallow candles, you see a half-finished piece with a small, oddly placed owl hidden among ivy tendrils. Maybe a nod to wisdom, or perhaps a reference to a late-night tryst between sisters rumored to discuss forbidden poetry. The owl blinks at you across centuries, a silent partner in this midnight exploration. Historians continue to argue whether these pieces were truly subversive or simply the byproduct of idle hands. But even if no final consensus emerges, the speculation keeps the stitches alive, each one a question mark shimmering in the dark. Tonight, as your eyelids grow heavy, imagine those silent needles moving in moonlit cells, each prick of the finger, another prayer, or private giggle. Picture the sister who slipped a tiny fox into a bishop's stole, giggling softly behind her veil as the bishop paraded around, none the wiser. Or the young novice who stitched the same flower over and over, dreaming of the meadow she'd never see again. The embroidery room transforms into a tapestry of whispers, secrets, jokes, and yearnings, all stitched into eternity. You realize that here, in these delicate lines, lie entire diaries, uncensored and unguarded, waiting only for curious dreamers to read them. A faint echo of steps leads you deeper into the convent, where you slip into a room even quieter than the embroidery chamber. Here, no needles click, no threads snap, only the soft scrape of quills on parchment, and the almost imperceptible sigh of candle wax melting into pools. You're in the scriptorium, a sanctuary within a sanctuary, where words and images intertwine in a delicate dance of devotion and secrecy. Illuminated manuscripts, those ornate jewel-like books you might see behind glass in a museum, weren't just products of male monastic scribes. In many corners of medieval Europe, nuns produced their own luminous works, often under cover of darkness. or in the long hush after compline prayers. The sisters bent over vellum as if over a beloved friend, tracing lines of gold leaf and grinding pigments in stone mortars until their fingers grew numb. Their quills dipped into ink pots that smelled faintly of iron and vinegar, each stroke a vow, each flourish an offering. But beneath the layers of saints and sacred scenes, you'd find something else hidden: emblems, tiny personal signatures that declared I was here. Maybe it's a miniature sparrow, flitting across a margin, a symbol for the scribe's favorite psalm. Or perhaps a small swirl of ivy, curling into a hidden initial known only to the artist herself. And perhaps a single trusted confidant. Some sisters even included discreet portraits of themselves in the folds of a saint's robe, or disguised as a distant figure in a background crowd, like spiritual selfies centuries before Instagram. A mainstream historical fact often missed many convents trained young noblewomen to read and write, precisely because they'd be working in scriptoriums, producing books not just for prayer, but as diplomatic gifts. These illuminated treasures acted as quiet ambassadors, conveying a convent's sophistication to powerful patrons far beyond the cloister walls. Some nuns even worked on commission for royal courts, their brushstrokes traveling farther than they ever could. In the candle's glow, the scriptorium took on an almost mythical atmosphere. You can almost hear the rustle of parchment, the careful breathing, as a sister leans in to correct a stray line. Outside, the world waged wars and plotted intrigue, but here time thickened like honey. It is said, though historians debate it fiercely, that certain nuns included coded political commentary in the decorative flourishes around biblical verses. Was that delicate vine simply a vine? Or did it loop to form a secret letter, a private opinion on a local bishop's latest decree? Scholars still squabble over whether these were calculated acts of defiance or whimsical distractions during long vigil hours. You might spot a peculiar detail. One sister had a fondness for drawing snails. Dozens of them appear hidden under angels' wings or sliding down chalices, each one a personal joke about the slow pace of monastic life. Another favored rabbits, representing both spiritual rebirth and perhaps a longing for a more playful world beyond the stone walls. Imagine the joy of discovering these tiny rebels centuries later, smirking from the margins. Late at night, when the scriptorium candles burned low and shadows tangled in the rafters, sisters whispered stories about saints who guided their hands or apparitions that critiqued their brushstrokes. One tale tells of a nun who claimed St. Catherine corrected her gilding one midnight, leaving a faint fingerprint no mortal could replicate. True or not, these stories wove themselves into the very spirit of the manuscripts, turning each book into both a spiritual tool and a record of communal dreams. The abbess, often the final arbiter of which manuscripts left the convent, sometimes demanded last-minute changes. These could range from covering up a slightly too flirtatious cherub to adding an entire psalm when a wealthy patron requested extra piety insurance. The politics of manuscript approval could rival any medieval court drama, albeit with more Latin and less shouting. And while some nuns reveled in these secret artistic games, others saw them as acts of pure devotion, each illuminated initial a window to the divine. They believed the shimmering gold leaf might catch God's eye just as it captured the candlelight, turning earthly labor into celestial praise. Tonight, you feel the hush around you deepen, as if the very walls want to lean in and hear your breath. Your fingers itch to reach out and trace the delicate filigree along the page edges, to decode the emblems like a nighttime detective. But you pause, respecting the fragile, sacred secrecy that floats here like dust motes in the moonbeam. Imagine that somewhere far in the future, someone stumbles upon your secret sketchbook or stray margin doodle. What hidden jokes, personal marks, or whispered messages would they find? In this quiet scriptorium, each sister stitched herself into history, not with loud declarations, but with silvery strokes and winking margins. As your eyes grow heavier, picture that final swipe of a quill, the sigh of satisfaction, and the closing of a manuscript's heavy cover. Another secret kept another prayer folded into gold leaf, waiting for the moon to rise. A new hush rises as you leave the scriptorium behind your steps, now echoing faintly through a narrow stone passage. You drift toward a vaulted room where echoes swim in the air like lazy fish. This is the choir hall, an unlikely painter's studio, and a hidden chamber of secrets, woven not with thread or quill, but with voices and colors. Imagine a group of nuns gathering just before dawn, shivering slightly under heavy wool cloaks, each one cradling a worn choir book against her chest. As they flip the oversized pages, you see more than just musical notes and Latin prayers. You see bold splashes of crimson sapphire and viridian, each hue a statement in itself. While most visitors might think these colors simply decorate the sacred songs, each palette often served as a signature more personal than any written name. A mainstream historical fact that slipped under most radars, choir books in medieval convents were collaborative canvases. Different sisters contributed to their illumination scribal notes and decorative initials. These books became silent records of collective spirit far more intimate than any official document. Each bold streak of ultramarine or gentle curl of vine hinted at who was kneeling at which corner of the hall, which voice soared highest during the Gloria, and who perhaps hummed off-key but painted like an angel. One sister might have favored a burst of golden ochre whenever she illustrated an Alleluia, while another punctuated margins with impossibly fine green tendrils like ivy creeping around an abandoned garden gate. In convent after convent, these color choices signaled quiet rivalries and shy confessions, sometimes even revealing alliances among sisters. Scholars still debate whether certain color codes were designed to honor specific saints or mock neighboring convents. Some suggest the crimson bursts symbolized martyrdom, while others insist they were subtle digs at the bishop's latest embroidery commissions gone awry. Quirky details peek out from every corner. In one convent archive, there's a choir book where a sister repeatedly painted tiny feet, dozens of them tiptoeing between notes. Was it a joke about nocturnal wanderings, a private confession of rebellious curiosity, or perhaps just a playful distraction from long hours standing during vigils? No one knows for certain, and that is the delicious mystery. The acoustics of these halls also shape the art. Imagine a single chant rippling out and bouncing off the vaulted ceiling, swirling around the painted margins, almost as if the echoes themselves encouraged each sister to add a final swirl or feather stroke to her design. Some claimed that singing opened divine channels, a mystical state, where colors flowed from brush to vellum with uncanny ease. A legend tells of a sister who, after a particularly moving Kyrie, painted an entire margin border in one uninterrupted trance-like motion, only to wake later and weep at its beauty. And of course, not all colors arrived honestly. Some pigments were sourced from faraway lands, lapis lazuli for blues, imported from Afghan mines, at the price of gold, while other colors came from convent gardens quietly brewed under strict secrecy. These colors weren't merely aesthetic choices. They embodied vows, rivalries, aspirations. To outsiders, they might seem merely beautiful. To those within, they were loaded arrows aimed at the heart of convent identity. In certain choir books, you might even find stenciled symbols resembling labyrinths echoing the meandering journey of a chant itself. Did these represent spiritual wandering or suggest coded messages about forbidden paths and freedoms beyond cloister walls? Scholars remain divided, as they so often do, leaving the rest of us to float in the mystery. You watch as the sisters assemble, some adjusting their veils, others rubbing their hands for warmth. The head singer taps her page gently, and a hush falls so deep you can almost hear the heartbeat of each woman standing there. The first note rises, and as it does, the colors in the choir book seem to shimmer in response, an illuminated dance only visible to the watchful. Some nights, when a full moon spilled through high-arched windows, the colors would glow so vividly that they seemed to lift from the pages, drifting among the harmonies like phantom ribbons. Elders whispered that these moonlit illuminations were blessings, a sign that God, or perhaps a mischievous saint, had heard their prayers. You can almost see those glowing colors now twining around your thoughts as you stand unseen in the shadow of a stone column. You lean closer to the page, taking in each brushstroke, each layer of color, and the secret laughs or sighs they contain. You realize these are more than just devotional aids. They are secret diaries sung out loud, the dreams of women who lived half in shadow, half in song. And as you draw back your own breath, blending with the echoes in the air, you sense that these colors still hum, long after the voices have faded, a silent chorus that refuses to be silenced, even centuries later. A pale thread of moonlight follows you as you slip quietly from the choir hall into an open courtyard. Here, the air smells sharp and green, heavy with the scent of damp earth and hidden blossoms. The convent garden stretches before you, a labyrinth of raised beds, herb knots, and low wooden fences. But this is no ordinary vegetable patch. You've entered the nuns' private alchemical wonderland, a place where leaves, roots, and petals transformed into mystical pigments that glowed in manuscripts and shimmered on altar cloths. Convent gardens served multiple roles, feeding the sisters, supplying medicine, and most secretively, providing rare color ingredients. Picture Sister Margarita, hunched over a low pot, stirring a viscous brew of woad leaves at dawn, while dew still clings to her veil. Her movements are methodical, her eyes scanning for the slightest hint of color shift. A mainstream historical fact, these gardens produced more than culinary herbs. Many convents cultivated exotic dye plants like madder weld, and even imported saffron crocus, each jealously guarded behind hedges. Botanical recipes for pigments were passed down like sacred relics. These formulas were rarely written down. Instead, they lived in whispers, taught from elder to novice, under vows of silence stricter than any confessional. A sister might learn the exact moment to harvest marigold petals so they'd yield a perfect yellow, or how to coax subtle lilacs from elderberries without staining her fingers. Some sisters even experimented with fermentation, adding vinegar wine or mysterious forest mushrooms to tweak the brightness of a dye. Historians still argue whether certain color recipes were borrowed from traveling apothecaries or invented independently in these silent green sanctuaries. Imagine the hushed excitement of a successful pigment day. Sisters gathered in a hidden garden shed, marveling at the final reveal like children opening a festival box. A burst of ruby from cochineal, a deep ocean blue from woad, a fiery orange from secret spice infusions. Each color carried its own story of failures, triumphs, and tiny miracles. One sister might have giggled at a sudden splash of purple on her apron, while another fretted over a batch turned gray by too much morning mist. A quirky detail convent lore tells of a sister who tried to dye wool with crushed violets only to discover they produced a color so pale it nearly vanished under moonlight. Rather than discard the failed batch, she embroidered tiny stars into night blue altar cloths, telling the others it was an homage to visions seen in dream prayers. Whether she truly dreamed or simply salvaged a mistake remains a point of playful speculation. The gardens themselves formed a living labyrinth of both devotion and secret freedom. Between rows of lavender and rosemary novices, sometimes whispered confessions or gossiped about visiting bishops. Elder sisters might meditate among the beets and chicory, seeing visions that would later appear as strange, swirling shapes in their manuscript borders. The act of gathering herbs became a ritual of discovery, each plant a potential new note in the convent's hidden symphony of color. You pause by a row of indigo, its broad leaves trembling as if they sense your breath. Nearby, a large mortar holds a shimmering green paste, likely verdigris scraped painstakingly from aging copper vessels, another convent secret recipe. A soft anchor line drifts back to your mind. Remember the blue illuminations in the choir books. The first glimmer of this hue began here under the sisters' watchful gaze before ever gracing a vellum page. While we may romanticize these nuns as humble gardeners, they were in many ways quiet alchemists. Their gardens were laboratories of hidden science and private rebellion. Some historians argue that these pigment recipes traveled in coded letters between convents, disguised as gardening tips or prayer lists. Imagine the thrill of receiving a cryptic note that promised a new shade of green capable of dazzling even the strictest abbess. By moonlight, you see a sister gently pressing flower petals onto a sheet of linen, leaving ghostly stains that look like the first blush of dawn. Perhaps she's testing a new dye, or perhaps she's expressing something that no Latin hymn could capture. Either way, each petal print stands as both an experiment and a silent poem. As the moon climbs higher, the garden becomes a kind of private universe, its pathways twisting into secret meanings known only to those who tended them. The air hums with a soft expectancy, as if the plants themselves are whispering to you in a language of color and quiet miracles. And now, as your eyelids weigh down, you imagine your fingers stained with mysterious purples and blues, tracing the shapes of marigold petals and madder roots under the starlight. You hear the gentle scrape of a mortar, the subtle breath of a sister reciting an herb prayer, and you realize that here even silence is a bright living pigment. A gentle draft guides you from the fragrant garden toward a tucked-away workroom that smells faintly of beeswax ink and something sharper, maybe mischief. Here, a group of nuns gathers in a tight circle around an altar cloth spread out like a delicate map. The only light comes from narrow windows, streaking the cloth in pale gold and deep shadow. You can almost hear the quiet giggles and see the conspiratorial glances exchanged over bent needles. These are not simple stitches of roses and lilies tonight. Tonight's embroidery carries secrets as sharp as a thorn hidden among petals. You realize, with a flicker of amusement, that you've stumbled into the realm of subtle rebellions a space where nuns dared to be cheeky clever and quietly bold in ways that never made it into official chronicles. Mainstream history might tell you that altar textiles were purely devotional expressions of piety meant to focus wandering minds on God's glory. But historians now argue whether these pieces doubled as cryptic diaries. Behind each careful line of gold thread, scholars find hidden references to local feuds, favorite saints, or subtle jokes about strict abbesses. A seemingly innocent vine might twist into the shape of a fish, a sly nod to a sister known for her love of fish dinners despite Lenten abstinence rules. A particularly quirky detail: there's record of a convent in the Low Countries where sisters stitched frogs with human faces into a bishop's gift cloth, tiny jabs at his unpopular sermons. Imagine the bishop draping that cloth over the altar, praising its beauty while oblivious to the hidden choir of croaking critics smirking beneath his nose. Other jokes were more tender than biting. One sister stitched a series of tiny hearts tucked under the hem of a processional banner, rumored to be for a novice she admired from afar. While the church disapproved of any worldly affection, these secret hearts served as quiet love letters hidden in plain sight, fluttering only in the candlelit breeze during solemn processions. And then there were coded messages shared only among sisters. You find yourself leaning closer, drawn into a swirling border of ivy and grapevines that might spell out a phrase in a private convent cipher. Perhaps a prayer for patience, or a sharp quip about an overbearing abbess's latest lecture on humility. Some historians suggest these coded bands served as spiritual safety valves, ways to vent frustrations without risking public scandal. In other convents, the practice of subtle rebellion extended beyond embroidery. One nun might leave a stitched fox on the lower hem of a priest's robe, suggesting cunning and slyness where he'd least expect it. Another might hide a tiny scowling sun face beside a Marian symbol, a discreet complaint about long outdoor prayers under the scorching midday sun. You imagine a moonlit evening when these works were unveiled among the sisters, each woman leaning forward to decode the secrets, stifling laughter with the sleeve of her habit. It becomes clear that while cloister life demanded silence, it did not extinguish personality or humor. It only redirected them into stitches and silk. A soft anchor line brings you back. Remember the garden dyes that turned petals into whispers of color. Here those same hues carry private jokes and hidden rebellions, turning each textile into a multi-layered page of convent life. There's a certain warmth in knowing these quiet artists found ways to speak their minds without words. It turns the notion of obedience on its head. Obedience might have shaped their days, but it never silenced their clever hearts. Each stitch became a tiny act of resistance, a quiet giggle echoing down centuries. As you stand in this hidden chamber, your eyes begin to blur, not from sleep alone, but from the delicate effort of tracking each vine and scroll. You sense a hush fall over the room, punctuated only by the gentle pull of thread and the soft rhythm of breath. The sisters exchange knowing nods as they pack away their cloths, the secret safe for another night. Now, as your eyelids drift downward, imagine slipping your fingers under the edge of an embroidered altar cloth, feeling the soft lumps of hidden frogs or hearts sewn into the hem. Feel the tiny shocks of joy and defiance stitched into silk centuries ago, waiting only for you to find them in this midnight tapestry. A faint bell chimes somewhere deep in the convent, its echo fading into the corridors like a swallowed breath. You step into a long workroom, that feels both cavernous and intimate, its air heavy with the mingling scents of parchment hot wax and the faintest traces of lilac oil. Here, beneath high arched windows, nuns sit in rows, like silent chess pieces, each absorbed in her task. The atmosphere brims with hush so dense that even a dropped pin might sound like a cannon blast. This is where royal commissions come to life, and where quiet hands shape the grandeur of distant courts. Imagine queens and duchesses parading through palaces draped in fabrics that once passed through these humble fingers. The irony is sharp grand names signed these commissions, yet the real artists were women whose names would never leave the convent walls. A mainstream historical fact, noble families often contracted convents to produce elaborate tapestries, vestments, and manuscripts praising the divine purity of nuns' hands. Such works fetched enormous sums, but payment seldom flowed back to the sisters. Instead, these funds vanished into monastic coffers or financed church expansions. The nuns themselves, they received humble meals and perhaps an extra evening candle. Yet within this exploitation lay hidden defiance. Some sisters took small, delicious liberties when working on royal commissions. One might adjust a knight's armor engraving to include an extra dent, suggesting cowardice. Another might weave an unexpected fox among royal lilies, a sly commentary on rumored betrayals at court. Scholars continue to debate were these purely aesthetic flourishes or deliberate pokes at royal vanity. The evidence is stitched and painted quietly across time, leaving historians scratching their heads in candlelit archives. A quirky detail jumps out in some commissions. The sisters added microscopic initials or tiny handprints concealed in ornamental scrollwork marks only visible under magnification. They were secret signatures in a world where signatures were forbidden. These became secret handshakes between sisters across generations, whispers of solidarity across the centuries. Picture Sister Leonora tasked with illuminating a genealogical scroll for a duke rumored to have a wandering eye. She painstakingly painted each heraldic shield, but slipped a discreet snail onto one crest, snails being a medieval symbol of sluggishness and cowardice. Legend claims the Duke never noticed yet. Sister Leonora's sisters roared with laughter behind tightly closed doors. Was it bravery or folly? Historians argue over her intention, but her snail remains a tiny eternal giggle. The tension between visible splendor and hidden commentary infuses every corner of this room. Outside, noble carriages rolled across moats, echoing with clinking goblets and whispered alliances. Inside, silent women shaped these legacies with brushes and thread, each stroke of gold leaf, a blend of duty and secret self-expression. You catch sight of a half-finished chasuble on an embroidery frame, its surface shimmering like a quiet moonlit lake. From afar, it appears flawless, divine even. But up close, a barely there phoenix emerges among lilies, perhaps hinting at a future rebirth, or maybe mocking the commissioner's endless attempts to reinvent his public image. Another nearby textile, meant for a queen, glows with roses and thistle symbols that might unite warring houses in a single hopeful bouquet, or call attention to a hidden fracture beneath courtly smiles. Through a slit window, a single moonbeam slides across the table, illuminating motes of dust like wandering spirits. You notice a sister gently blowing away a stray gold flake, her lips curving into the faintest smile. She alone knows what secret joke or prayer she has woven into the tapestry's folds. Remember the garden pigments. Here they return as shimmering illusions of heaven, each color a tiny rebellion, a private sigh, or a laughing secret between sisters. Each shade of red, each flick of indigo, carries layers of whispered meaning, patiently waiting to outlast every royal scandal and wedding. You imagine the final delivery of a commission, a duke's messenger arrives, bows low, and sweeps away the completed piece without a second glance at the hands that made it. Behind him, the sisters exchange sly looks and soft chuckles, knowing that their subtle barbs and hidden blessings have already slipped beyond the convent gates and into the great halls of power. As your eyelids droop, picture yourself standing beside Sister Leonora, squinting at her tiny snail, imagining the burst of laughter echoing in an otherwise silent convent. Feel the blend of pride, exhaustion, and mischief that still hums in these unseen signatures waiting to be discovered by a watchful dreamer like you. You move forward, the echo of your breath soft against stone walls now painted in darkness. You find yourself in a narrow cell lit only by a flickering oil lamp. The air here feels denser, tinged with beeswax and the faint sweetness of crushed lavender. A sister sits cross-legged on the floor, a large sheet of vellum spread before her, like a secret universe waiting to be mapped. Tonight, you witness visions, and vellum, an interplay between divine visitations and earthly pigment that few outside convent walls ever saw. Picture a nun's face, flushed with revelation, her quill trembling as she tries to capture an image that shimmered before her in a midnight prayer. Historians still debate whether these mystical visions were genuine spiritual encounters or vivid dreams shaped by isolation and strict routines. Yet regardless of origin, they found their way into delicate illustrations, transforming blank parchment into swirling dreamscapes. A mainstream historical fact, many medieval nuns reported intense visions often seen as divine gifts. Abbesses sometimes encouraged them as evidence of holiness, especially if they enhanced the convent's reputation. But within these ethereal experiences, sisters hid deeply personal symbolism, snippets of longing, internal conflicts, or fears. A tangle of vines behind a saint's head might represent spiritual confusion. A sudden, unexpected flame could hint at anger stoked by a repressive rule. You watch as the sister dips her brush into a dish of shimmering ultramarine, her fingers moving like a silent hymn. Tiny wings sprout from the margins, halos swirl in impossible geometries, and a phantom city rises in the background, perhaps her imagined heaven, or a veiled message about freedom beyond convent walls. A quirky detail some sisters caught in rapturous trance spoke aloud as they painted. There are records of scribes noting these monologues filled with curious lines like, "The fox waits beneath the pear tree," or "Do not let the second moon eclipse your garden." Whether these were pure nonsense coded messages or raw poetry remains anyone's guess. You can almost hear the echo of such murmurs around you, now reverberating like distant bells. While the abbess might later edit or censor certain elements, some visionary images slip through untouched, their meanings, known only to the original artist. One surviving manuscript includes a depiction of Christ seated under a tree, blooming with blue roses, a plant unknown in nature, symbolizing impossible grace or secret wishes. Scholars still puzzle over whether this was a theological statement or a coded personal lament. You feel the sister's solitude, the private glow of her small lamp casting long shadows against the wall. It's a room of raw confession, but instead of whispered sins, confessions spill onto vellum in swirls and soft explosions of color. Here you understand, even a cloistered life pressed by vows and silence finds infinite ways to stretch and express itself. Some sisters felt these visions were shared blessings. They passed partial sketches to other artists in the convent, inviting collaboration as though building a shared dream. One might add a bridge to another cityscape, another might suggest a delicate ladder to the moon. These small additions created spiritual tapestries beyond the sum of individual visions, like an otherworldly group mural whispered into being. A soft anchor line brings you back to the garden dyes. Remember the silent sisters brewing violet petals at dawn. Those same colors now become the glow behind an angel's wing, or the blush on an imagined saint's cheek, connecting earth's messiest roots with heaven's most ethereal whispers. You watch as the sister carefully rolls up her vellum, her eyes shining with an exhausted serenity. Perhaps she has seen a true vision, or perhaps she shared an ache she could never voice aloud. You sense her heartbeat in the final golden curl she adds, before the lamp finally sputters low. Imagine standing behind her, feeling the tremor in her hand as she contemplates a final star in the sky of her drawing. The room holds its breath with you, and for a moment time folds around the parchment, the pigment, and her secret mind. Your eyelids sink heavy with visions not your own, as if each brushstroke has woven a small, shimmering veil over your thoughts. Rest there cradled in colors you can't quite name, listening to the soft whisper of a sister's dream echoing through the centuries. The night stretches onward as you drift past the quiet cells and toward a narrow side door cracked just enough to let in a thread of moonlight. You slip through and step into a cloister courtyard where ivy claws up cold stone walls and stars scatter above like shy candles. You pause your breath, visible in the chilly air, as you sense a story not often told, one of exile and expression. Exile was a word that carried a cold finality in medieval convents. For some nuns, especially those whose visions or artwork stirred suspicion, exile meant leaving everything the safety of cloistered walls, beloved gardens, and silent sisterhood. Imagine Sister Clarissa forced to abandon her quiet cell because her illuminated manuscript included a daring depiction of Eve not as a timid sinner, but as a confident woman, offering knowledge with a half smirk. Her brush had spoken too boldly, and now she would be silenced. At least that was the plan. A mainstream historical fact, nuns were sometimes exiled for alleged heresies, breaking vows of obedience or simply becoming inconvenient. Many historians argue over the exact definitions. Was it always punitive or sometimes protective exile? In either case, these women often continued their creative work under pseudonyms or as lay artists, their true identities hidden like smudges under old paint layers. Picture Clarissa arriving at a merchant's house in Bruges, wrapped in a travel cloak still dusted from the road. Her fingers twitch for her missing brush, her eyes hungry for pigments. Though she is no longer sister, her vision refuses to sleep. By night, she sketches angelic faces on scraps of parchment. By day, she might tutor a merchant's daughter or paint quiet devotional panels for local churches. Her exiled status becomes a kind of freedom, a ghost life through which she continues her sacred and sometimes sly commentary. A quirky detail, there are records of wandering ex-nuns who adopted botanical pseudonyms when signing secret commissions, names like Herba Viola or Silva Salvia. Some left mysterious marks in the margins, a small leaf sprouting from a capital letter, a winding vine encircling a saint's halo, signaling to sharp-eyed observers that a cloister-trained hand was at work. Meanwhile, these women sometimes maintained coded correspondence with old convent sisters. Letters disguised as recipe exchanges or herbal advice included secret sketches or dye instructions. One letter from an exiled nun mentions a yellow that sings more sweetly than a goldfinch, likely referring to a new saffron-based pigment she had concocted in her borrowed attic studio. Historians still argue, were these exiled works quiet prayers for forgiveness or bold declarations of artistic independence? Some suggest they were both a delicate dance of longing and liberation, a plea for connection hidden beneath layers of devotional imagery. Imagine a small parish chapel where a side altar painting shows an unexpected moon rising behind a local saint, an impossible detail slipped in by an ex-nun artist who once painted under candlelight and whispered laughter in a convent scriptorium. Parishioners might find it odd or simply beautiful, but for her, it's a signature of survival, a flicker of identity in a world that would rather forget her name. As you lean closer to the moonlit ivy, you sense a soft rustle, almost as if the walls themselves are recalling these forgotten artists, their secrets blooming anew each night. You hear the soft scraping of charcoal in a rented attic, the quiet tear of parchment, the muffled giggle of a brushstroke, too bold to be shown in daylight. A soft anchor line tugs you back to the choir halls. Remember the nuns' color codes in illuminated books. Here those same codes become lifelines, breadcrumbs, scattered across Europe, mapping the movements of exiled hands determined to keep creating. You imagine joining Clarissa at her midnight table, watching as she adds a final swirl of ultramarine to a Madonna's robe, her fingers smudged but her spirit luminous. Perhaps she pauses to listen for a familiar convent bell that will never sound again. Yet she keeps painting her exiled voice, echoing in every hidden rose petal and every defiant angel's wink. Now, as your own breath slows and your eyes flutter shut, imagine your dreams turning into small moonlit studios scattered across medieval cities, where each brushstroke whispers, "I am still here." The night deepens, wrapping you like a heavy velvet cloak as you slip back inside. You follow a spiraling stairway downward, its stones worn smooth by centuries of soft leather soles. You arrive at a cellar room, lit only by the glow of a single lantern. Here charcoal sketches spread across a crude wooden table, each line raw, intimate, and almost too alive for the hush above. This is the hidden world of chastity and charcoal, a place where nuns confronted the most forbidden study of all the human form. Picture a nun tracing the curve of a shoulder, the gentle fold of a knee, eyes wide with reverence and terror in equal measure. The convent rules forbade such drawings, too tempting, too worldly, too dangerous. Yet curiosity is a powerful pulse that refuses to be silenced by bells or Latin chants. A mainstream historical fact, though it was scandalous to admit some convents did keep anatomical drawings ostensibly for medical knowledge, since nuns often acted as community healers. But beyond simple diagrams, some sisters secretly studied full-figure sketches to understand God's creation more intimately, to see divinity within the human outline rather than just sin. Historians still argue whether these life studies were truly meant for healing or if they were silent acts of self-discovery. The question persists: did these women use charcoal as a mirror into their own vulnerabilities, or as a ladder toward a higher spiritual empathy? The debate smolders in dusty archives and underlined footnotes, like a hidden ember waiting for air. A particularly quirky detail emerges from convent records. In central Italy, a nun known as Sister Livia reportedly smuggled smoothed river stones into her cell, using them as stand-ins for limbs to practice shading curves by moonlight. She wrapped these stones in scraps of linen, shaping phantom arms and torsos she could imagine without risking real scandal. By day, her hands embroidered lilies. By night, they slid along contours she wasn't supposed to even dream about. You approach the table and see sketches that shift between clinical and tender elbows, bent as if mid-prayer feet curled as if stepping into cold morning tiles, shoulders hunched as if bracing against winter wind. The pages tremble slightly in the lantern draft as though shivering at being exposed. A soft anchor line calls you back. Remember the silent jokes stitched into altar cloths. Here too, humor finds a ghostly echo. Tiny annotations along the margins read, "For the sisters who never see knees," or "This toe needs more humility." Giggles probably burst in those moonlit sessions, quickly muffled by sleeves like children, hiding sweets from a strict nurse. Imagine Sister Marta, huddled in her cell, sketching a foot with obsessive care, certain she'll never actually touch one uncovered. Perhaps she feels shame, perhaps exhilaration, or perhaps a quiet merging of both as her charcoal smudges transform guilt into a soft rebellion. While abbesses often destroyed or censored these drawings, some escaped folded into herbal manuals or hidden behind devotional images. Over time, they resurfaced in unexpected places among recipe scrolls in the back of illuminated psalters, or even as faint ghosts beneath layers of gilded paint. The sisters who dared these sketches risked excommunication, yet they kept drawing. Each curve was a breath of freedom in lives measured by bells and pennants. They understood the body as sacred architecture arches, pillars, hidden doorways that carried divine mystery rather than mere temptation. You step back, your own breath, syncing with the rhythmic scratch of imagined charcoal. You feel the tremor of forbidden knowledge, a secret so intimate it hums just beneath your ribs. A quiet line emerges in your mind. This is the shape of prayer when words fail. You suspect these women felt the same, a desire to know themselves, God and each other, beyond the veil of doctrine. Your eyelids grow heavy as though weighted by the soft dust of centuries-old charcoal. You imagine your fingers tracing a line along a phantom shoulder, the air thick with silent giggles and shy admiration. In this shadowy studio, you are both artist and confessor, holding each delicate curve with wonder instead of fear. And as sleep folds around you like a final cloak, remember, even in strictest silence, the human form found its way onto parchment, soft as a whispered vow. A gentle breeze follows you back up the spiral stairs and into a narrow passage lined with rough wooden shelves. Small carved figurines, polished beads, and palm-sized wooden crosses sit waiting in shallow baskets. You step forward, drawn by the faint scent of myrrh and freshly sanded wood. Here, you enter the world of pilgrims' keepsakes, tiny devotional objects that carried entire lives within their smooth curves. Imagine a nun, seated cross-legged in a dimly lit corner, her hands deftly shaping a miniature virgin figure from soft walnut wood. Around her sisters whisper prayers as they paint delicate lines on rosary beads or tie tiny reliquary bags with herb sprigs tucked inside. While these objects might look like simple tourist trinkets today, they once served as sacred mementos for weary pilgrims who had traveled for months across muddy roads and treacherous mountain passes. A mainstream historical fact, medieval convents often relied on crafting these keepsakes to support themselves financially. Far from being idle distractions, these small works were essential, bringing revenue and extending the convent's spiritual reach far beyond its walls. Pilgrims believed these items carried fragments of the convent's holiness, as if they were adopting a silent companion for their onward journeys. You lean closer to examine a row of tiny bottles, each stoppered with wax and labeled in cramped Gothic script. Some hold rose oil, others lavender, or rosemary vinegar remedies and blessings in equal measure. It is said that pilgrims often wept when receiving these vials, convinced they held the convent's prayers sealed inside. Historians still debate how many of these bottles actually contained anything potent, or whether the power lay entirely in belief. A quirky detail flickers to life. One convent near Avignon was known for crafting tiny wooden doves with movable wings. The sisters would hide tiny slips of parchment inside each, bearing a single mysterious phrase such as, "Fly when the moon is full," or "The fox dances at dawn." Pilgrims loved these cryptic messages, imagining them as personal omens or tokens of hidden protection. Among the keepsakes, you notice delicate wax medallions stamped with images of saints who were dear to the sisters, some well-known, others obscure and personal. Sister Euphrosyne, for instance, always included a tiny imprint of Saint Melancholy, the patroness of hares and small creatures. Was it devotion, or perhaps a tender echo of her own love for the rabbits that snuck into the convent gardens at twilight? The sisters also crafted cloth scapulars, small wool or linen bands, worn under garments as shields against spiritual dangers. Imagine a young pilgrim slipping one over his head, believing each stitch holds a nun's whispered blessing against highway robbers or sudden storms. Some scapulars even included secret symbols, embroidered in pale thread, almost invisible until caught in the right slant of morning light. A soft anchor line calls you back to the hidden garden. Remember the violets that failed to produce color. Here, those same fragile petals might be pressed into wax charms, blooming again in unexpected forms. As you move down the line of shelves, you catch sight of a novice, quietly painting the pupil of a small wooden Madonna. Her brush trembles slightly, her lips moving in a silent prayer, or perhaps a hushed joke shared only with the figure she paints. Each object here is more than a product. It's a fragment of someone's soul, a half-whisper to the divine tucked into a pilgrim's pocket. Imagine the sisters waving softly from the cloister gates as these keepsakes disappear down the dusty road, each one a secret envoy traveling to unknown altars and darkened chapels. Somewhere far away, a tired traveler might light a candle before a small wooden dove, thinking of the nun who carved its tiny wings in moonlight. As your eyelids begin to sink again, feel the warmth of a smooth wooden bead in your palm, the ghost of lavender rising to meet you. Picture carrying it through dream roads, each step echoing with prayers from a sister's quiet corner, each breath infused with secrets hidden in wax and wood. And now, as your mind drifts into softer corridors, hear the gentle rustle of pilgrim robes, the creak of saddle straps, and the faint whisper of a nun's blessing chasing you into the night. The flicker of lantern light guides you farther into the convent, where you find yourself stepping into a small chamber, heavy with the scent of crushed herbs and simmering brews. Glass jars line the shelves, like quiet sentinels, each containing roots, petals, or seeds suspended in oils and vinegars. You've entered the domain of medicinal dyes, a secret world where healing and color intertwine like ivy on old stone. Imagine a sister bent low over a mortar, her hands stained brilliant crimson, as she grinds madder root into a fine paste. A pot bubbles softly in the corner, sending up thin tendrils of steam that wrap around your shoulders like a curious spirit. You watch as she strains the liquid through linen, muttering a soft psalm under her breath. To outsiders, this might seem mere herbal alchemy. To the sisters, it's a sacred convergence of art and healing. A mainstream historical fact, convents often served as local centers of medical care, their herb gardens prized for curative plants. But fewer know that these same plants doubled as pigment sources for manuscripts and textiles. The sisters saw no contradiction. Each plant carried dual blessings to soothe the flesh and to ignite the page. Take woad, for example. Known to heal skin ailments, its leaves also yielded a deep moody blue prized in manuscript borders and altar cloths. Or saffron used both to ease melancholy and to produce a luminous golden hue, so radiant it seemed to glow by candlelight. Historians still debate whether some colors were discovered accidentally during attempts at healing ointments, or whether artistic needs pushed botanical experimentation forward. A quirky detail surfaces in a crumbling convent ledger one sister recorded making a healing salve from marigold, only to discover that the strained liquid left a vivid yellow stain on her apron. Rather than despair, she spent the next week experimenting until she achieved the perfect yellow for a manuscript halo. Her scribbled margin note simply reads, "God works in mysterious shades." You see small cloth scraps pinned to the walls, each daubed with bright smudges labeled in delicate Latin script, for sorrow, for festivity, against envy. Imagine sisters comparing these swatches by candlelight, deciding whether a wound dressing or a Marian robe might need that extra glimmer of saffron or that depth of woad. The room becomes a sacred palette, a living testament to the sisters' boundless curiosity and ingenuity. You notice bundles of lavender and sage hanging from ceiling beams, their dry perfume merging with the sharper tang of vinegar-based tinctures. You might think you've stumbled into an apothecary, but here, each jar and bundle also holds artistic secrets. The sisters navigated the fine line between spiritual devotion and practical survival, turning botanical wisdom into both salve and shimmering border. A soft anchor line brings you back to the moonlit gardens. Remember the violet experiments that failed as dyes. Those same petals might now be ground into a soothing balm for sleepless novices or transformed into a subtle wash for a sky in a visionary painting. Nearby, a sister delicately stirs a pot, her veil dipping dangerously close to the rim. Her lips move as she tastes a small drop eyebrows arching in consideration. Perhaps she tests for bitterness, perhaps for the spark of divine inspiration hiding within each petal's tint. Imagine these same pigments finding their way into a bishop's stole or a pilgrim's charm, carrying not only color, but the quiet blessing of hands that healed. You sense the weight of each choice, a blue that soothes sadness, a red that might encourage courage in battle, a gold that reminds the weary to hope for dawn. As your eyelids droop again, imagine slipping your hand into one of those glass jars, feeling the cool, fragrant petals melt into your skin. You breathe deeply, carrying with you the soft promise of relief, the shimmering hint of color waiting to unfold on some forgotten page. And as your mind drifts, you feel your dreams steeping gently, like petals in warm water. Each swirl a soft chant, each hue a whispered prayer from centuries past. A faint murmur rises as you leave the herb chamber behind, carried on an invisible current through a long corridor lined with echoing archways. Your steps draw you into the vast vaulted choir hall once more, but tonight it feels different. You sense not just sound, but movement, as if echoes themselves are weaving secret patterns across the floor. This is where echoes in choir halls inspired swirling manuscript motifs, an interplay of sound and sight that most historians pass over in favor of grander legends. Yet here, the air is alive with invisible brushstrokes, each reverberation shaping the art in ways few would ever guess. Imagine standing at the center of the hall during matins, the sisters' voices layering over one another in delicate waves. The chants start low and rise, curling around columns and soaring toward the dark timber roof beams before cascading down again. You close your eyes and feel the sound wrap around you like a silk shawl, the notes folding into each other until they become a single warm tide. A mainstream historical fact, medieval builders often designed choir halls with acoustics so precise that sound could be focused or scattered depending on a singer's position. Some convents took this, further mapping the hall's echo patterns and using them as inspiration for manuscript border designs. The idea was to make visual echoes on the page, swirls, spirals, and mirrored curls that reflected the music's ghostly dance. Picture Sister Sabina kneeling at the choir's edge after Laud's sketching shapes into her wax tablet, while the last echoes dissolve. Perhaps a rising scale becomes a loop of ivy. A descending tone might inspire a spiral of grapevine tendrils. Over time, these shapes migrated into illuminated margins, transforming each page into a silent chant only the most attentive eyes could hear. A quirky detail flickers from convent chronicles. In one French convent, sisters claimed that the echo of a particularly powerful Gloria once caused a novice to faint and wake with a vision of swirling golden lines across the sky. She later filled manuscript borders with these celestial spirals, insisting they were divine music given form. Scholars still argue whether these echo-inspired designs were personal visions or a shared artistic language cultivated to hold the convent together. Some believe they served as emotional maps tracking the sisters' inner states during long vigils. Others suggest it was a quiet rebellion, a way to inject personal feelings into otherwise uniform devotional texts. You move closer to an old choir book propped open on a wooden stand. By lantern light, you trace the spiraling flourishes in the margins, feeling their rhythm pulse under your fingers like a hidden heartbeat. Each swirl feels alive, echoing the voices that first inspired them, voices long gone, yet somehow still hovering in this air, vibrating like phantom wings. A soft anchor line draws you back to the pigments from the gardens. Remember the deep indigo and bright saffron. Hear those same colors now swirl into echo shapes, turning invisible sound into visible devotion. Sometimes the sisters rehearsed alone at night, seeking the purest echo. They'd test new chants, listening for how each note rippled and returned whispering secrets into the corners of the stone walls. Imagine the joy in discovering a perfect resonance, like finding a hidden passage in a labyrinth, or stumbling upon a moonlit clearing in a dense forest. There's a gentle irony here. While the church taught them to guard their voices as humble vessels of praise, the sisters found ways to let sound guide their hands, bridging the gap between ear and eye in intimate defiance. Each manuscript thus became not just a book, but an echo chamber, a place where chants survived, even after candles burned down and voices grew hoarse. As you stand in this hall, you sense your breath merge with the air's quiet vibrations. The echoes hold you tenderly, as if inviting you to leave your own secret spiral in the dust before you go. Your eyelids flutter heavier now, your pulse softening to match the rhythm of phantom chants above. Imagine drifting into sleep on a current of these echo-shaped lines, your dreams looping and curling, just like the ivy scrolls, once etched into ancient margins. And as you sink deeper, know that somewhere in those dark beams above the last note of a forgotten ave still hums, waiting patiently to guide you through tonight's quiet labyrinth. A gentle hush follows you as you step out of the echoing hall, your mind still carrying those invisible spirals. You drift down another cloister corridor toward a spacious chamber that thrums with a different sort of energy, a silent, invisible authority you can feel more than see. Here, you find the abbess's domain, a place where devotion, discipline, and art converge under a single watchful eye. Imagine an abbess seated at a high-backed wooden chair, a single candle throwing a halo of light around her face. Before her sketches, embroidery patterns, and pigment recipes lie spread like a general's battle plans. She reviews each piece in stoic silence, eyes sharp enough to catch a misplaced vine curl or an off-center gilded star. This is the realm of the abbess art director, the silent CEO of the convent's creative empire. A mainstream historical fact, contrary to the popular image of abbesses as purely spiritual leaders, many acted as sophisticated project managers overseeing complex art workshops and even negotiating contracts with noble patrons. Their decisions shaped not just spiritual life, but the entire convent's artistic legacy. They managed resources, assigned tasks, and maintained delicate relationships with bishops and wealthy benefactors. Historians still debate whether these abbesses saw art as a genuine act of devotion or as a shrewd economic tool to secure the convent's survival and prestige. Some argue they balance both motivations, turning holy labor into strategic advantage with masterful grace. A quirky detail brightens the scene in a convent near Ghent. One abbess is rumored to have required sisters to present their work to her during weekly, silent critiques. Each sister would stand trembling, holding her embroidery or illumination, while the abbess examined every thread and brushstroke in total silence. Only after an excruciating pause would she nod approval granted. When no nod came, the work returned to the artist's cell for further reflection, often accompanied by whispered jokes among the sisters later that night. You see the abbess gesture to a novice passing her a folded pattern for an altar frontal. Her expression remains inscrutable, but her fingers tap a quiet rhythm on the table, a secret code of approval or concern. The novice bows her face, a blend of relief and reverence, and retreats to her cell as if carrying a sacred relic. A soft anchor line tugs at you. Remember the hidden frogs in the altar cloths. Those playful touches might slip past a weary abbess on a good day, or serve as subtle tests of her vigilance on another. While some abbesses encouraged creative experimentation, others enforced strict iconographic standards, fearing censure from Rome. They chose which visions were acceptable, which margins too daring, which blues too costly to justify. They decided which garden dyes could appear in final works, and which secret jokes could live quietly in a hidden hem. Their power was immense, yet often invisible to outsiders. Imagine her standing alone at night after all critiques are done, hands clasped behind her back as she studies a finished manuscript page under moonlight. Perhaps she smiles faintly at a swirling echo shape, or sighs at a too-bold fox hidden near a saint's sandal. Maybe she pauses to trace a fingertip along the edge of a golden border, silently negotiating with her own sense of faith and responsibility. You feel the gravity in her posture, the weight of spiritual duty, economic strategy, and the careful nurturing of dozens of creative souls. She is both shepherd and gatekeeper, an artist herself in her orchestration of silence and color. Your eyes begin to close as you stand at the doorway, sensing the hush that hovers around her like a thick, perfumed fog. You imagine her slow exhale after a long night of judgment, the quiet satisfaction of protecting the convent's legacy one nod at a time. Now, as your breath deepens, you see your own dreams lining up before her candlelit desk, each idea trembling in the hush, each one waiting for that gentle nod of approval before being carried off into the shadows. Your steps now echo down a narrow hallway that feels colder, more rigid, as though the very stones listen for any sign of mischief. You slip into a small scriptorium annex, where parchment scraps broken quills and smeared pigment pots litter the tables like the remnants of a secret feast. Yet tonight, the energy here is not playful. It is careful, measured, and tinged with a quiet defiance. You've arrived at the moment of censorship from Rome, the silent tug of war between creative spirit and ecclesiastical decree. Imagine a sister hovering over her latest illumination, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple as she hesitates at the edge of a swirling vine. She has already heard the new decree from Rome. Certain mystical visions are now forbidden, particular depictions of saints, too improperly human, certain colors too lavish and distracting from true devotion. One stroke too many might mean confiscation, punishment, or forced penance. A mainstream historical fact, the papal curia and local bishops often issue detailed decrees dictating how religious images should look down to the precise gestures of saints and approved color schemes. Convents receive these edicts as cold letters, sometimes accompanied by inspectors who scrutinized works in progress with icy detachment. Historians still argue whether these restrictions protected orthodoxy or simply stifled the spiritual voices of cloistered women. Some see them as necessary guards against theological drift, others as cruel muzzles on sincere, luminous faith. A quirky detail flickers from convent lore. In a German convent, sisters rumored to be too daring were required to scrape off entire painted sections using rough bread crusts, a painful process that left ghostly outlines beneath the final, corrected layer. Later, these pale, erased shapes were said to haunt the margins like faint phantoms, silent protests stitched into the page. You watch a sister delicately lift a half-finished manuscript, tilting it under candlelight. She hesitates at a bold blue swirl she had planned to finish with gold highlights, now too decadent, she decides, sighing. In another corner, a novice quietly adds a small, nearly invisible line of text inside a margin curl, an appeal to Our Lady of Silence. Perhaps a prayer that her small rebellion goes unnoticed. Nearby, you see pigment jars now labeled with cautionary Latin warnings, ultramarinum, too extravagant, or aurum, save for approved halos only. The air feels heavy with unsaid thoughts, each breath held as if it might betray a hidden fox or an illicit angel mid-dance. A soft anchor line drifts back. Remember the abbess art directors in the candlelit chamber. Here their judgment had to bend to Rome's colder, distant hand, forcing them to choose between silent compliance and soft subversion. In this hush, you sense a duality. On the surface, obedience blooms in neat scrollwork and pious margins. Beneath, roots of quiet rebellion twist and stretch, promising new growth when no inspectors are watching. Perhaps a sister deliberately leaves a blank space that hints at what was once there, or paints a border that feels just a bit too lively, a whisper of defiance pressed between prayers. You catch the eye of a sister across the room. Her gaze flickers to a hidden motif in a manuscript's corner, then back to you. No words pass, but an entire dialogue pulses in that glance, a secret handshake between kindred spirits across centuries. Your eyelids begin to sink once more, as if weighed by the burden these women carried: the love of creation, the fear of retribution, and the small, shimmering joys of hidden jokes that might outlast every papal decree. As you drift, imagine your dreams lined with faint outlines, ghostly erased angels, silenced foxes swirling vines that never fully bloom. Hear the quiet chant of sisters still painting, still stitching their rebellions, coiled in each curl of ink, waiting for you to find them in the dark. A final corridor opens before you, cool and hushed, leading to a narrow archway, crowned with climbing roses that bloom only in moonlight. You step inside, and the world shifts around you. Here, in this hidden chamber, at the convent's farthest edge, you encounter the legends of gilded whispers at night, the shimmering frescoes that appear only under the moon's gaze, blurring the lines between devotion and dreams. You look up, and the ceiling seems to glow with an impossible softness, as though starlight has melted into paint. Figures dance along the curved vaults, saints with shimmering cloaks, angels whose wings catch stray moonbeams and flick them back like silent laughter. The nuns believed, or perhaps merely whispered, that these images could not be seen by day. By sun, they appeared faint, almost erased. Only the moon could coax their secrets into view. A mainstream historical fact, while official records describe convent frescoes as strictly devotional, some were overlaid with thin layers of silver or alum-based wash. In daylight, these layers dulled the images, but by candle or moonlight, they glowed like hidden constellations. Some historians think these shimmering layers symbolize divine revelation, fleeting and granted only to the faithful under night's veil. Others argue it was simply a technical trick to conserve precious pigments. Imagine a sister standing alone at midnight, candle snuffed out to let the moon enter unchallenged. She clasps her hands to her chest, eyes wide, as figures seem to move above her, inviting her to join them in quiet, silvery communion. Perhaps she hears the faint echo of a hymn, feels her pulse match the hidden saint's painted steps. The fresco becomes not a ceiling, but a gateway, a dream only the brave or restless could cross. A quirky detail shimmers into view. Some convent stories claim that sisters caught sleepwalking were guided not by earthly worries, but by these moonlit frescoes, drifting down corridors in trance to meet the glimmering saints above. One abbess supposedly tracked her entire community's moonlit wanderings in a hidden diary, each entry a gentle mixture of worry and awe. As you gaze higher, you see delicate trails of silver dust caught in the cracks, as if the moon itself once wept here. You imagine a sister's trembling brush, painting a final line while listening for the abbess's footsteps, her heart thundering as she adds a sly fox near an angel's foot, an eternal nod to her secret self. Scholars still debate whether these foxes and hidden florals were approved blessings or the final giggles of an artist too bold for daylight. A soft anchor line calls you back to the pigments in the garden, and the echoing chants of the choir here. They converge at last, dancing together in moonbeams to create something beyond prayer, beyond protest. The frescoes become a final tapestry, one that lives and breathes only when the world sleeps. You look down and realize your hands are speckled with silver, as though you too have been painting all along. You feel the hush of centuries around you, the needles clicking in hidden rebellion, the echoes drawn into swirling vines, the silent critiques of abysses and the half-lost snails smiling from forgotten margins. All of it shivers quietly in the air, waiting for dreamers like you to find and carry onward. Your eyelids sink as the moonlight pools around your feet. The ceiling frescoes seem to drift lower, inviting you to step inside their silvery glow. You feel yourself dissolve into vines, foxes, and shimmering angel wings, your breath turning into the softest chant ever whispered. As you step past the final threshold, the whispers of the convent's secrets, its quiet rebellions and moonlit confessions seem to echo into a larger story. Imagine a vast hall shimmering with lacquer screens, the scent of wet rice paper curling upward, and a single poem that changes everything. Imagine a vast hall shimmering with lacquer screens, the scent of wet rice paper curling into the air, and an official so preoccupied with impressing the emperor that he misses the tiny poem slipping onto the edge of the scroll. What did she write? Was it a coded love letter, a quiet lament, or a single word that dared to breathe life into a rigid court? You wander into the marbled hush of an imperial Chinese palace, the moon outside as pale as pressed rice paper. You move slowly, as if your feet know they are trespassing among the shadows of concubines and officials. There, in a side chamber, a young woman bends over a scroll so long it looks like a river of silk unspooling toward forever. She's a court calligrapher. Officially, her job is to copy the emperor's decrees and edicts flawless as jade. But tonight, under the flicker of an oil lamp, she dares to slip in a poem about her mother's lost embroidery patterns. Historians still argue whether these secret verses were confessions, coded protests, or simply the only safe way to speak freely in a place where words were heavier than swords. The brush in her hand hovers like a hummingbird over a flower, waiting for the right moment to settle. A single stroke can decide whether she remains a ghost in the record books or risks her entire lineage for a few quiet words. You can almost hear her breath catch in the soft, sticky night. Outside, her chamber guards chatter about taxes and border threats, oblivious to the revolution taking place in ink. Meanwhile, the woman carefully rewinds the scroll, smoothing it as though tucking a restless child into bed. Her brush is washed, her inkstone dried. She leaves no evidence except for the faint scent of plum blossoms she mixed into the ink to keep her company through the hours. You drift closer and notice a playful smudge near the top margin, perhaps, where her sleeve brushed the wet characters. It's a small, nearly invisible rebellion, a reminder that even in the most controlled environment, humanity wiggles through like water in cracked porcelain. Sometimes, these women added hair-thin annotations in the corners, tiny jokes about the emperor's new haircut, or veiled references to a cousin's runaway elopement. Scholars still argue whether these were authentic or later forgeries invented by scribes who wanted a share of the silent mischief. But tonight, you aren't concerned with proof. You're simply here to watch her shoulders tense and release, to hear the gentle scrape of the brush's tip, to feel the heartbeat of someone whose entire world fit between two pinched fingers. As dawn teeters on the edge of the roof tiles, she leans back and blows gently on the final stroke. She doesn't look proud or afraid, just deeply, utterly human. Her hair glistens in the lamplight, stray wisps sticking to her forehead. In that moment, you almost forget the heavy silence of the court beyond these thin walls. A stray cricket chirps in the courtyard as though offering its applause. You might almost imagine her smiling faintly at the insect of fleeting kinship between two fragile rebels surviving under the moon. She rolls the scroll stands and slips quietly into a corridor that smells faintly of lotus and old cedar chests. You follow, listening to her feet pad softly on cold stone, thinking about how this single act might ripple centuries later, long after her name has turned to dust. Historians still search palace records, hoping for some mention of her, just a surname, or a clipped title, but they find only perfect empty silence. And maybe that's exactly how she wanted it. As you listen, you might catch your own breath, slowing your mind, tracing each delicate stroke in the air above your pillow. Somewhere out there, 1,000 paper lanterns float across a midnight lake, each carrying secrets no dynasty could ever fully extinguish. A paper door slides shut behind you, and you find yourself in another hush entirely, this time the soft rustle of layered silks, the hush of an inkstone being ground in the distant glow of lanterns. In Heian, Japan, you drift among moon viewing parties and poetry contests where women wore 12-layered kimonos so heavy they needed attendants to help them stand. These court ladies wielded brushes as gracefully as fans, transforming their private thoughts into flowing kana scripts so delicate that they looked like falling flower petals. You slip into the tatami-matted room of a noblewoman, her sleeves trailing like restless koi in a shallow pond. She hunches slightly over her low writing table brush, trembling above a sheet of handmade washi paper. You see her pause, listening to the cicadas outside, as if each chirp might carry her emotion better than ink ever could. Her script is nothing like the rigid Chinese characters of official records. Instead, kana offers curves and loops that echo sighs, giggles, and private tears. Tonight, she's composing a letter not meant for public eyes, a confession of a stolen glance across a lacquered folding screen, perhaps, or a lament for a lost spring festival dance partner. Historians still argue whether these kana letters were true windows into women's souls or stylized performances for potential suitors. Did they write exactly what they felt, or did they craft emotional illusions to protect themselves in a society that adored subtlety? As you watch her brush flits from line to line, leaving behind a fragrant trail of ink, mixed with hints of crushed camellia petals. You notice the uneven edges of the paper where she cut it herself, an intentional imperfection meant to suggest spontaneity. Even her mistakes are deliberate, a sign of refined taste rather than negligence. Behind her, a folding screen painted with misty pines guards her privacy from the bustling corridor. Her maid occasionally peeks in to refill the ink or adjust the oil lamp, but mostly she is left alone in this tiny kingdom of swaying shadows and gentle breaths. At the end of her letter, she adds a simple image, a moon half hidden behind clouds, symbolizing her longing or perhaps her guarded spirit. She ties the letter with a silk cord, the knot so delicate it could dissolve with a sigh. You can almost hear her giggle, a small silvery sound, swallowed quickly by her sleeve. In this world, a giggle is as dangerous as a duel. It's a slip of humanity in a society obsessed with ethereal grace. As she places the letter into a bamboo box, her fingers hesitate. She glances at the moon outside, as if it might catch her secrets and scatter them across the sky. You imagine her future readers unfolding the paper in the flickering lamplight, breath catching at each swirl of ink, each pause that suggests an unspoken truth. Scholars love to debate whether her emotions were real, whether her heart truly trembled, or whether each word was simply another performance in a long theater of courtly illusions. But you drifting here by her side sense something undeniably warm. Beneath the layers of silk and etiquette, a small, defiant pulse echoing against centuries of rigid decorum. She smooths her sleeves, lowers her head, and lets out a slow breath that feels like the last note of a coda string fading into the night. You step back into the shadows, your own breath synchronized with hers, your mind tracing each loop of her kana as though it were your own heartbeat. Outside, the garden stirs, a breeze nudges a lantern, a moth flutters into the flame and vanishes in a final soft pop. Somewhere a guard yawns and shifts his spear. The world continues unaware of the quiet revolution happening in her lap. You retreat into the corridor, already feeling the strange intimacy of the kana script lacing itself into your sleepy thoughts, like a soft thread winding around your dreams. A faint echo of silk sleeves trails after you as you slip into another realm. Persia, where gardens bloom under moonlight and perfumed breezes carry whispered verses across marble courtyards. Here within a rose-scented pavilion, a princess kneels over a bound album, so precious it would rival any jeweled crown. The album, her maraca, isn't simply a collection of paintings and poetry. It's a private world where her pen and her heart intertwine in elaborate dance steps. She pauses to grind lapis into a shimmering blue pigment, the powder catching stray moonbeams like a tiny celestial map. Around her, attendants fan her, gently scenting the air with orange blossom water to keep the ink lively and her mind alert. Tonight, she isn't copying heroic epics or religious tracts. Instead, she dots the margins with hidden images, a pair of eyes peeking from a rose bush, a tiny fish slipping between reeds, a fox with a knowing smirk. Historians still argue whether these images were secret jokes shared with close friends or sly criticisms aimed at male poets who dominated official verse. Each corner of the album feels alive, as though her private world had sprouted roots and climbed off the page. You lean closer and catch a glimpse of a small line of text twining among painted vines, a love poem so delicate that each syllable trembles like a startled sparrow. She dabs gold leaf with a squirrel hair brush, the gold catching in the hollow of her collarbone when she bends forward. Her jewelry glints beneath the lamplight, but her eyes remain fixed on each stroke, each loop, each tiny hint of rebellion disguised as a flourish. Outside, a nightingale trills among pomegranate branches, and you wonder if it's serenading her or mocking the guarded walls of her life. There is a rumor scholars adore rumors that some princesses use their albums as coded diaries, slipping in messages about lost friendships, secret meetings, or even subtle policy critiques. You drift around her feeling the warmth of her focus, like a small hearth on a cold desert night. Her breath is steady, her movements graceful, yet decisive. She looks up for a moment, and in that glance, you sense both the crushing weight of courtly expectations and the airy freedom she finds between the lines of her own script. She lifts her brush and rests it across her lap, listening to the night as though each rustling leaf might carry a reply to her hidden questions. What did she think about those dusty men in the court halls, arguing over borders and tributes while she spun galaxies from ink, her attendants' approach to tidy the finished pages, each treated like a relic? She watches them carry the album away, her fingers lightly brushing the last page as if bidding farewell to a trusted friend. Historians still sift through these albums, magnifying each detail in hopes of deciphering her true thoughts. Were the tiny gold foxes simply decorative or biting caricatures of rival poets? Did she truly lament her confinement, or did she revel in these quiet hours alone with her pigments and thoughts? You imagine the princess years later, perhaps older, perhaps stooped, leafing back through her own creations and remembering the warmth of that long ago night. You feel her legacy slip under your skin, like a faint perfume clinging to your dreams. As you leave the pavilion, the moon follows you, glinting off the garden pools and illuminating a world that feels both impossibly distant and eerily close. You realize that her album, though locked away, has become a constellation of silent whispers that still shimmer in the scholarly night sky. A hush falls over your mind as you move westward, stepping under arches so delicate they appear spun from moonlight itself. You find yourself in an Islamic courtyard tiled with turquoise mosaics that sparkle like fragments of the sea under starlight. You hear the echo of sandals on marble soft laughter hidden behind ornate screens and the distant call to prayer. But tonight, you follow a veiled woman as she slips behind a cedar door, her robes trailing patterns more intricate than any star chart. She isn't here to pray or recite poetry. She's come to inscribe. A hidden studio, filled with stacked tiles and fresh sheets of parchment, becomes her sanctuary. While official male calligraphers sign their grand architectural works in bold strokes, her signature remains conspicuously absent, erased by custom or simply never written at all. Under the flickering light of a hanging oil lamp, she leans close to the smooth tile surface. You watch as her brush made from reed and trimmed goat hair dips into ink dark as midnight tea. Each curve she creates carries a secret, a longing, perhaps even a protest so subtle only she can hear it echoing back. She outlines delicate Arabic verses meant for a mosque wall or a palace archway. Yet within each swirl hides the softness of her own world, the laughter of her sisters, the gentle tug of her mother's hand, the rosewater she sprinkles onto her pillow before sleep. Historians still argue whether these contributions were personal spiritual devotions or acts of quiet resistance against the erasure of female voices in public art. Did these women hope someone might one day decode their flourishes, or did they simply carve beauty into stone because no one else would let them speak? You imagine her pausing to wipe sweat from her brow, feeling her own heartbeat thrum beneath the veil. Outside, a guard calls out to another, the noise distant and unimportant in this oasis of lines and curves. The tile she completes tonight will be hoisted high above worshippers who may never know her name. They will admire its script, praising the divine message, yet never suspect the human warmth humming beneath each syllable. She moves to another piece of parchment and begins sketching an initial draft, her fingers smudged with cobalt and ochre. You notice a tiny mark in the corner, perhaps a personal motif or a hidden character referencing an inside joke only she would understand. Scholars are still debating these secret glyphs, piecing together half-lost jokes in dusty archives. You feel your own breath deepen, as if inhaling centuries of quiet defiance. Every stroke she lays down is an echo soft but persistent against the walls that confined her voice. When she finally lays her brush aside, she rises gracefully, arranging her veil with the careful ease of a moon shifting through clouds. She slips back into the corridor, leaving behind a studio filled with gleaming tiles and the scent of burning oud. As you follow her silhouette disappearing into the labyrinth of archways, you sense her spirit drifting through the air, carried by the calligraphy she left behind. Even if no official record preserves her name, you understand that her legacy was never meant to be confined to a single signature. It's there in every curve, every quiet flourish, every space where a woman's breath pressed softly against ink. You step out into the moonlit courtyard again, feeling the cold tiles underfoot and hearing the low murmur of water from a distant fountain. The courtyard feels bigger now, echoing with invisible voices, each stroke of calligraphy whispering to you, urging you to keep moving deeper into these hidden histories. A flicker of candlelight draws you across the Mediterranean, pulling you into the cool, incense-scented corridors of a Byzantine monastery. You hear the hush of soft sandals on stone floors, the muffled clang of a distant chapel bell calling monks to midnight prayers. But here, tucked into a corner room, lit only by flickering beeswax candles, you find a different kind of devotion, one shaped not by chanting, but by ink and quill. A young woman, her hair hidden beneath a simple linen veil, leans over a heavy gospel manuscript. The parchment is thick and creamy, smelling faintly of sheep and lavender oil. She traces delicate outlines of saints with a feather quill, her lips moving in silent prayer, as though each curve carried a small plea to the heavens. She's not just copying holy words. She's illuminating them, weaving secret gardens of gold and sapphire leaf around each capital letter. A wing here, a curling vine, there tiny details that might go unnoticed by the hurried eye but become entire worlds when you pause to really look. Historians still argue whether these female scribes were allowed such creative freedom or whether they slipped these details in as small acts of personal expression. Was it sanctioned devotion or subversive selfhood flickering under candlelight? As you drift closer, you notice a small cluster of grapes nestled into the corner of an initial A and a minuscule rabbit darting beneath a vine hidden jokes or symbols meant only for the scribe's eyes, or perhaps for a trusted friend. She dips her quill again, squinting against the glow of the flame. The air is thick with incense heavy enough to make your own eyes water. She wipes a tear from her cheek, though whether it's from the smoke or the quiet ache of her task you can't quite tell. A distant echo of monks chanting filters in, yet she remains utterly focused on her solitary universe. Her robes rustle as she leans forward, adding a glimmer of shell gold to a halo. The gold dust clings to her fingertips as though her touch alone might sanctify the page. Behind her, an unfinished pile of scrolls waits patiently, each representing days or weeks of meticulous labor. Some scholars claim these manuscripts bear the hidden marks of multiple hands, arguing whether entire passages were done by these quiet female scribes in secret shifts when official male scribes stepped away. You move around her, gently watching her lips form a half smile as she adds a tiny bird perched on a vine, perhaps a private prayer for freedom, or maybe a simple joke only she would ever understand. A candle flickers out beside her, and for a moment, the darkness deepens, wrapping around the two of you like a wool cloak. In the quiet, you feel the pulse of centuries hum under your skin, this young woman's world, and yours momentarily stitched together by gold dust and ink. Finally, she blows softly on a finished page, her breath a warm gust in the chilly scriptorium. She lowers her quill and leans back, stretching her sore fingers. There is no applause, no audience, only the slow drip of melted wax and the endless patience of stone walls. She gathers the pages into a stack, pressing her hand to the top as if offering a blessing. Then almost imperceptibly, she smiles again this time, a bit fuller, and murmurs a soft line from a psalm, her voice too quiet to reach the echoing halls. As she rises to leave the manuscript, pages seem to glow even brighter in the candle's dying light. You watch her disappear down the corridor, her footsteps absorbed by the cold stones, leaving only the quiet music of her illuminated pages behind. Outside, dawn pushes gently at the edges of the sky, and you sense the ghost of her devotion settling like a light shawl across your shoulders. You leave the monastery, with her gold dust still shimmering faintly in your imagination, each step echoing softly in the long halls of history. A warm breeze lifts the scent of jasmine as you drift eastward, stepping into the labyrinthine corridors of a Mughal palace. Moonlight spills onto marble floors in ribbons, and you follow faint traces of sandalwood smoke to a quiet chamber tucked behind heavy silk drapes. Inside, the air is dense with perfume and the muted hum of court musicians practicing somewhere beyond the walls. Tonight, a young Mughal princess sits cross-legged on an ornate carpet, surrounded by lacquered boxes of pigments and soft sheets of handmade paper. Her bangles jingle gently as she shifts her posture, preparing for another night of secret artistry. Her task seems simple: contribute to the palace's royal albums, those grand maracas filled with portraits, poetry, and elaborate floral borders. But for her, each page is more than mere decoration. It is a veiled diary, a quiet echo of her spirit that might outlast any decree carved in marble. Historians still argue whether these contributions were the result of personal agency or enforced leisure for royal women kept away from political life. Did they find freedom in the soft scratch of a brush, or was it simply another gilded cage disguised as pastime? You watch her select a fine-tipped brush, dipping it into a small jade dish of crushed malachite. Her fingers tremble with anticipation rather than fear, as though she is about to whisper a joke into the universe. A delicate tendril of green unfurls on the page, soon joined by a burst of indigo petals, each so vivid it almost hums against the paper. Behind her, an attendant peeks in, delivering a folded poem from another court lady. The princess opens it with the reverence of a priest unsealing a relic. Her eyes skim the verses, perhaps a coded message about a recent court intrigue or a tender lament for a vanished friend. She pauses to glance out the window, where the moon lounges atop the palace dome like a curious cat. A sigh escapes her lips, carrying centuries of silent longing into the star-dotted night. Nearby, a carved ivory mirror reflects her focused face. You notice her expression flicker sometimes, playful, sometimes sorrowful, like a candle's flame teasing the darkness. She layers one final swirl of silver ink onto the border, her hand moving with a dancer's grace. At the corner of the page, she leaves a tiny motif, a hummingbird poised mid-flight, almost invisible unless you tilt the page just so. Scholars continue to debate whether these hidden birds were mere embellishments or encrypted confessions of love rebellion or homesickness. Her gaze returns to the poem. She tilts her head as if hearing a secret melody only she can decode. The brush rests on her palm like a delicate bird before its first flight, and you imagine her heart beating fast in her chest, echoing faintly in the corridors of your mind. When she finishes, she lays the brush down as though it were a sacred relic and traces the edge of the album with her fingertips. She doesn't bow or announce her triumph. Her victory lies in every hidden flourish, every quiet decision to leave a part of herself behind. As she stands to stretch her veil, slides off one shoulder, revealing a henna pattern on her wrist. Another language, another layer of hidden meaning. You feel your own breath, slow to match hers, your heart echoing the gentle cadence of her silent declarations. She exits the room, the album cradled in her arms like a sleeping infant. You linger, hearing the echoes of her secret brushstrokes, whispering against the marble walls, long after she's gone. Outside, a peacock calls in the moonlight, a lone note reverberating across the gardens, carrying her quiet defiance into the sleeping world. You step into the shadows, carrying with you the shimmer of silver ink and the hush of dreams left unspoken. You turn a corner and find yourself stepping into a garden heavy with rosewater mist, the perfume thick enough to taste. The courtyard walls loom around you, tiled with intricate patterns of cobalt and coral, and the air hums softly with cicada song. Welcome to the heart of the Ottoman harem, an echoing maze of secret silk slippers and stifled laughter behind lattice screens. Tonight, your guide is a young woman in a gauzy rose-colored veil. She moves with a swan-like grace, carrying a tray of delicate ceramic bottles filled with scented inks. As she walks, the air quivers with the faint scent of attar of roses, mingling with the warm aroma of burning myrrh. Unlike the court poets who perform in bright salons, her words live and die within these high walls. Her brush is her only confidant, her script the only place her true voice dares to surface. Her station is high enough to avoid the worst chores, but low enough to vanish from the official records, a perfect balance for quiet mischief in rosewater ink. She settles into a low divan near an open window, the moonlight pooling at her feet like spilled milk. She unwraps a scroll and begins composing a poem, an ode to a night jasmine plant that blooms when no one is looking, perhaps a metaphor for her own concealed soul. Historians still argue whether these harem poems were confessions of unrequited love, coded pleas for freedom, or whimsical daydreams scribbled to pass endless hours. Did these women craft lyrical traps for male courtiers, or were they simply tracing ephemeral fantasies to keep their minds from unraveling? You drift closer, watching as she dips a slender reed pen into the rosewater ink, each line breathing like a sigh in the moonlit room. The words twist and curl, forming metaphors so dense they resemble labyrinths, each stanza a hidden corridor leading further into her thoughts. Behind her, a small brazier smolders its smoke curling upward like a cautious dancer. Occasionally, she pauses to sip water from a jade cup, her lips glistening faintly. You sense her imagining a life beyond these walls, perhaps riding across Anatolian plains under an open sky, or simply laughing out loud without fearing echoes. On the edge of her scroll, she sketches a miniature pomegranate splitting open, a subtle symbol of fertility, or as some scholars suggest, a sign of longing for a life uncontained. Tiny brushstrokes suggest seeds tumbling out like scattered stars. You hear a distant lute echo through the halls, its strings vibrating in soft lament. She tilts her head toward the sound, smiling for just an instant before returning to her quiet rebellion on paper. When the final line is done, she lifts the scroll and breathes softly over it, setting the ink before rolling it up. Her face glows with a secret satisfaction, a victory no court decree could ever record. She slips the scroll into a small cedar chest beside her divan. Only her closest confidants, perhaps a sister, perhaps no one at all, will ever read these moon-bathed confessions. Yet in this moment, she glows brighter than the moon itself. You watch her arrange her veil again, her fingers moving like dancers, rehearsing one last time before the curtain falls. She stands, smoothing her skirts and glancing once more at the courtyard, as though savoring every hidden petal of the night before dawn comes to steal it away. As she vanishes down a shadowed hallway, you remain still, feeling her words settle over you like rose petals drifting onto water. Even as the cicadas hush and the brazier's final ember glows faintly, her quiet poems continue to echo in the fragrant dark, stitched invisibly into the night air. The scent of rosewater fades, replaced now by sandalwood smoke and the murmur of a temple bell echoing across an ancient courtyard. You follow its quiet invitation into a small, flickering room where shadows curl around carved stone columns. Here, in a candlelit corner, a Brahmin woman sits cross-legged on a reed mat, her sari draped loosely over her shoulder. Her fingers hover above a scroll of palm leaf, each leaf so delicate it might shiver under your breath. She dips a thin metal stylus into a small ink dish, her movements so slow and deliberate they resemble a meditation more than a task. She isn't officially allowed to be here. Temple edicts have long banned women from sacred spaces, let alone the scribal rooms meant for Brahmin scholars. Yet here she is under cover of dusk, inscribing Sanskrit verses that hum softly with devotion and quiet rebellion. Historians still argue whether these clandestine scribes were family trained, smuggled in by sympathetic male relatives, or simply brave enough to defy the order outright. Did they risk everything for devotion, or for the simple freedom of creating beauty beyond the kitchen walls? You listen to the crisp scratching of her stylus against the leaf, a sound more calming than any prayer chant drifting in from the main sanctuary. Tonight, she copies an excerpt from the Rig Veda, but she doesn't just replicate it, she breathes it, coaxing each syllable into the scroll as if whispering to an old friend. A small oil lamp flickers at her elbow, casting her shadow onto the temple's rough walls. You watch her pause to adjust a loose strand of hair, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Beyond her, a conch shell sits waiting for the morning ritual, a silent witness to her transgression. In the corner of the scroll, she etches a tiny lotus blossom, a personal mark so subtle that even the temple priests might overlook it. Scholars continue to debate whether these marks served as signatures, silent cries for recognition, or private prayers folded into the text. She glances toward the heavy wooden door, listening for footsteps. The temple guard's sandals clatter far off in another hall, giving her precious moments to continue. You feel her breath slow, as if each word she writes becomes a stepping stone to a hidden sanctuary deep within her spirit. When she finishes the verse, she sets her stylus down and presses her palms together in a quiet, reverent bow to the manuscript. A tiny tremor runs through her shoulders, relief, joy, or perhaps the tremor of a heart that knows it has briefly outrun its cage. She carefully fans the scroll with a woven palm frond to set the ink, her movements rhythmic and trance-like. Each stroke and fanned breeze feels like an exhale of centuries of silenced voices, a tiny pulse of resistance wrapped in ritual. Finally, she rolls the palm leaf scroll, binding it with a thread dyed in turmeric and ash. She tucks it into a small clay jar, hidden behind a half-broken statue of Ganesha. You can almost hear her inner voice, a soft chant of gratitude, a plea for protection, or perhaps a single word: freedom. She rises, smoothing her sari, and slips through the shadows into a side corridor, vanishing into the labyrinth of temple halls. The oil lamp gutters, once then steadies, illuminating the jar, now holding her secret scripture. As you step backward into the cool corridor, the temple bell rings again, this time softer, as if acknowledging her secret hymn. The air shivers with unspoken prayers, and you carry them forward woven now into the folds of your own sleepy breath. A gust of lilac-scented air swirls around you as you step away from the dim temple halls and emerge into a sun-dappled courtyard in Florence. Here, the clink of silver cutlery and the gentle thrum of a distant lute seep through the ivy-draped walls of a grand villa. The Renaissance is in full bloom, but your gaze falls on a quiet chamber where a young aristocratic girl sits hunched over a wooden writing desk. Her gown is a delicate swirl of pale blue and soft gold, her hair pinned up with ivory combs. Her fingers hover above a piece of fine parchment, and beside her rests an open volume of Cicero's speeches, though she pretends not to be reading it when her tutor enters the room. In this era, education for noble girls focuses on decorum music and the occasional dabble in Latin copywork meant to refine the mind. But she doesn't merely copy lines. She devours them, weaving her own secret thoughts between the elegant loops of each letter. Historians still argue whether these girls saw Latin as a tool of rebellion or simply as a window to another more expansive life. Did they dream of public oratory like Cicero? Or were they content to hide their voices between the pages of private notebooks? You watch her hand as it slides across the parchment, forming letters so precise they almost vibrate with restrained energy. Each stroke reflects hours of stolen study late nights, by candlelight, hushed arguments with her tutor, quiet joy at mastering another grammatical twist. A small pot of powdered lapis sits nearby, hinting at the luxury of her family's wealth. She occasionally dips her quill into the pigment to embellish a capital letter, a tiny act of defiance shimmering under the golden Florentine sun. Behind her, the courtyard bustles servants wash linen in a stone basin. A gardener tends to potted lemons. But in this quiet room, she is alone with her thoughts, each flourish of Latin a whisper to her future self. At the edge of her page, she sketches a small daisy with leaves twisting in a swirl, possibly a symbol of innocence or perhaps an inside joke shared only with her sisters. Scholars still argue whether these floral doodles were decorative symbolic or simply idle moments of daydream. She pauses, chewing lightly on her quill, her eyes flicking to a barred window overlooking the terracotta rooftops. A bird lands briefly on the sill, chirps, and vanishes into the blue. Her gaze lingers there, maybe longing for a life beyond the villa gates. When her tutor finally returns, she hurriedly covers her doodles with a velvet blotting cloth and sits upright, her expression composed. Yet you see the embers of her imagination glowing behind her polite smile, as if she's rehearsing speeches to an invisible audience in her mind. As the tutor praises her neatness and withdraws again, she exhales deeply and slides the cloth away, revealing the bold loops of her private Latin lines. She leans forward, her face illuminated by the sun slanting through the high windows. She finishes the final sentence with a firm dot, then lifts the parchment and fans it gently. You feel a subtle thrill in the room, as though a secret breeze has swept through, scattering silent cheers across the villa walls. She hides the page in a small wooden chest beside her writing desk, locks it, and slips the key into her sleeve. Her hand hovers there a moment longer, as if affirming her ownership of this small fortress of words. When she stands and stretches her dress, shimmers in the shifting light. She glides toward the doorway, pausing once to look back at her hidden chest, her lips curling into the softest, most defiant smile you've ever seen. As she steps into the garden, you remain by the desk, feeling the echo of her aspirations swirl around you like fine golden dust. Somewhere beyond the ivy, a lute begins a gentle prelude, her silent Latin oration humming quietly beneath the melody, waiting for someone someday to hear it. A hush of parchment and pressed lavender leads you across Europe to a small medieval workshop glowing with lamplight. You step through a narrow arched doorway, the scent of ink and beeswax greeting you like an old friend. Tonight, you're visiting a Jewish quarter, where wedding contracts, ketubot, become shimmering declarations of love and community adorned by hands mostly unseen by history. A young woman sits at a sturdy oak table, her sleeves rolled up, revealing wrists speckled with drops of indigo and gold. Her curls spill from under a linen cap as she carefully leans over the ketubah, her brush tracing lines so delicate they seem spun from breath alone. These contracts meant to detail marriage responsibilities and communal promises are typically seen as legal documents. But in her hands, they transform into tiny worlds of vines, birds, and celestial patterns. Historians still argue whether these women's embellishments were personal prayers, coded blessings, or quiet protest against lives bounded by kitchen walls and synagogue balconies. You hear the light scratch of her brush, rhythmic and patient. A small oil lamp flickers beside her, its glow catching in a golden pomegranate she's painting near the text symbol of abundance, or perhaps a hidden nod to fertility, a topic whispered between sisters more than recited aloud in the synagogue. She pauses to blow gently across the parchment, her breath stirring loose curls along her cheek. In the far corner, her grandmother shells walnuts, humming an old wedding tune that rises and falls like a sigh. You sense that every line of the ketubah carries not just ink, but echoes of her family's whispered stories and quiet sorrows. On the side margins, she draws a deer, poised mid-leap, a creature scholars still puzzle over. Was it merely decorative, a symbol of the bride's nimbleness, or a private dream of escaping social bounds entirely? As she works, her younger brother tiptoes in and lays a fig on the table. She smiles, accepts it, and brushes a quick peck of paint across his nose before he darts away giggling. A quiet warmth spreads through the room, a warmth that somehow soaks into the ketubah itself, softening its legal austerity. You drift behind her, watching as she adds the final swirl to a vine that climbs toward the upper margin. She whispers a line in Hebrew, perhaps a prayer, perhaps a gentle scolding to the vine for daring to reach so high. Finally, she sets down her brush, stretching her fingers and rolling her shoulders. Her eyes search the document, looking not for mistakes, but for the quiet balance of beauty and meaning, the gentle assurance that she has left a piece of her spirit shimmering among the scrolls. She sprinkles a pinch of ground lapis across the margins, catching the lamp's glow, as if turning her hopes into stardust. When she lifts the ketubah and tilts it to inspect, you glimpse a hidden bird nestled in the vines, its wings folded as if waiting for a secret flight. She places the contract into a wooden tube lined with soft wool, her hands moving with reverence. For a moment, her gaze drifts to the window, where moonlight bathes the courtyard stones in silver. You sense she's imagining the future bride, unknown, yet intimately connected through these painted symbols and whispered blessings. She rises, pressing her palm against the finished scroll before slipping away into the night. You remain there in the hush of her workshop, the scent of figs and ink hanging thick in the air. Outside, a dog barks, and a lone lantern sways gently in the breeze. As the shadows dance along the walls, You feel the inked deer stir in your mind, urging you forward into more hidden worlds, each one waiting to be unrolled like a secret love letter to history itself. The moonlight drifts with you now across snow-dusted pines, and the quiet chanting of midnight vespers drawing you into a secluded Eastern Orthodox convent deep in the Slavic woods. The world outside is a tapestry of frozen breath and starlit frost, but inside, the scriptorium glows with warmth and devotion. A sister bends over a massive hymnal so large it looks as though it could swallow her whole. Her fingers, pale and slender, guide a brush tipped with earth-brown ink across the parchment. Her breath emerges in small clouds for the hearth fire behind her, crackles, but fails to chase away all the winter chill. These hymnals, destined for the echoing walls of stone churches, carry melodies meant to roll through vaults and tremble in the souls of congregations. But here, in this room, each note is a whispered prayer, each letter a tender stitch binding her to something infinite. Historians still argue whether these nuns' contributions were acts of pure devotion or the only available outlet for self-expression in their confined lives. Did they dream of the outside forests, or find entire worlds hidden in every musical curve? She pauses to sip from a steaming cup of honeyed birch tea, her lips leaving a faint echo of warmth on the rim. Around her neck, a small wooden cross bounces lightly, with each breath, a gentle rhythm that matches the swaying of her brush. You notice a whimsical swirl tucked into the margin of a psalm, a fox curled around a candle, eyes bright and mischievous. Was it a sly joke for her sisters? Or perhaps a talisman to ward off the long, gnawing loneliness of monastic life? Scholars still puzzle over these mysterious visitors in the margins, silent companions as real as any fellow sister. A gust of icy air slips in under the door, rustling a pile of completed pages on a nearby table. She presses them flat again with calm determination, her hands steady as falling snowflakes. You feel her focus draw you closer, the smell of ink and melting wax, weaving a gentle cocoon around your sleepy mind. She resumes her writing, now adding a series of elaborate initial letters that seem to leap and dance across the page like small fires in the winter night. Behind her, another sister softly hums a hymn, her voice weaving through the candlelight like golden thread. Occasionally, she stops to rest her eyes on an icon of Mary and the Christ child above her table. Her lips move silently, offering up a fleeting prayer, before she returns to her work, shoulders squared and spirit unwavering. She finishes the final stanza, then leans back, stretching her arms above her head until her spine lets out a quiet, satisfying pop. Her breath fogs the air, and she giggles softly, a sound so unexpected it feels like a crack of dawn in the depths of night. As she closes the hymnal, she runs her palm across its cover, a caress more tender than any spoken word. She ties it shut with a woven cord dyed deep indigo, then presses her forehead to it in a silent blessing. You watch as she lifts the heavy book, cradling it against her chest, as she disappears down a narrow hallway, lined with flickering oil lamps. A distant bell tolls announcing the next prayer vigil, and her shadow sways like a gentle forest ghost on the cold stone walls. Left alone, you hear the echo of her fox. Her giggle, her whispered prayers swirl together into a lullaby that feels as ancient as the frozen pines outside. The hymnals rest on the table, their covers glimmering faintly, as though the candlelight inside them has a secret life all its own. The echo of chanted hymns drifts away as you step beyond the frosty convent walls, traveling west to a land where mist creeps through emerald meadows and rain taps ancient stone abbeys like a patient old friend. You arrive on the edge of an Irish isle, where wind howls across craggy cliffs and seabirds shriek overhead. Yet inside a tiny scriptorium, the air is hushed and reverent. A robed figure sits hunched over a massive jewel-toned manuscript, an early medieval gospel you recognize as something akin to the legendary Book of Kells. But tonight, our focus sharpens on a set of quiet hands, rumored to belong to a sister cloistered here in secret, her identity lost to all but whispered legend. She dips her quill into a tiny walnut ink pot, and you hear the gentle scratch echo, like rain on a slate roof. Around her, candles sputter and pop, filling the room with scents of beeswax and damp wool cloaks left drying by the hearth. Historians still argue fiercely over whether some of the more whimsical labyrinthine patterns and animal motifs hidden in these manuscripts might have been the handiwork of women. Did they slip into scriptoriums after hours? Did they trade monastic silence for a few hours of living color? Or are these just hopeful modern fantasies, longing to see feminine fingerprints where none officially remain? She draws a spiral so intricate it seems to open into a universe all its own. Tucked inside it, a small hair leaps across a sea of swirling lines, a mischievous detail, perhaps a private nod to a childhood story or a favorite spring festival. Beside her elbow, a woven basket holds scraps of lamb parchment shavings of quill tips and half-finished doodles of fantastical beasts. A small clay mug of ale sits just within reach, the foam nearly collapsed its warmth, barely hanging on. She pauses to sip, her lips curling into a secretive half-smile, as if sharing a joke only she can hear. Outside, the Atlantic wind groans, rattling wooden shutters. Inside, she bends lower her face, so close to the page you might feel her breath stirring the ink if you leaned in closer. Her shoulders sway in tiny rhythms, almost as if she's dancing to some unheard tune woven into the interlacing knots she draws. She pauses, stretches her neck, and rolls her wrists. You glimpse a simple braided bracelet around her wrist, likely a gift from a fellow scribe, or perhaps a token from a sister who once shared the same wind-battered hall. At the margin's edge, she sketches a tiny salmon slipping through a braid of spirals. Scholars claim salmon symbolized wisdom in Celtic lore. Was she recording a prayer for guidance, a playful reminder of local legend, or a dream of freedom beyond the monastery's stone walls? She leans back and blows lightly across the parchment, the ink shimmering briefly before settling into the fibers forever. The room feels almost alive, as if each quill stroke sends ripples through the ancient timbers and mossy stones. She ties the manuscript shut with a length of dyed wool blue as the western sea under moonlight. Rising, she cradles the heavy book to her chest as if it were a living creature. Her eyes flick toward the doorway, half expecting a watchful abbot to appear. But only shadows greet her. Before leaving, she presses her palm to the wooden table, an unspoken goodbye, or perhaps a silent vow to return tomorrow night and slip back into her private labyrinth of ink and lore. As she drifts away, her bare feet whisper over the cold stone floor. You remain in the scriptorium, listening to the candle crackle and the sea roar beyond the walls. You feel her spirals start to spin gently in your mind, drawing you deeper into sleep's embrace, each line a thread tugging softly at the edge of your consciousness. The salt-tanged breeze of the Atlantic fades as you find yourself stepping into the humid, sun-baked courtyards of colonial Mexico. You hear the distant peal of a mission bell, the rustle of palm fronds, and the faint strains of a Spanish guitar floating lazily over adobe rooftops. You slip into a small room, its clay walls cool to the touch, where a mestiza woman bends over a rough wooden table, her fingers stained in a swirl of ink colors. She's surrounded by scraps of parchment and cloth, each piece bearing a collision of cultures. Spanish prayers woven between Nahuatl glyphs, fragments of indigenous poetry bordered by Catholic floral motifs. Her breath is steady and low, each exhale merging with the hum of a cicada outside her window. She's not officially a scribe. Few colonial records mention women like her at all. But here, far from inquisitors' eyes and church decrees, she experiments with hybrid scripts, forging letters that refuse to fit neatly into one world or another. Historians still argue whether these hybrid calligraphies were acts of personal devotion, desperate attempts to survive cultural erasure, or tiny flames of rebellion kept alive in the cracks of empire. Did she copy prayers to appease the overseers, or did she smuggle coded laments for a lost world between the lines? Her quill dips into a small clay pot filled with cochineal red ink. She outlines a curving glyph that loops like a river and ends in a swirl reminiscent of a jaguar's tail, a motif echoing her ancestors' sacred animal. You watch her pause to blow gently on the page, a soft lull that feels like a secret between old gods and new saints. A shallow clay bowl nearby holds marigold petals, their bright color a whisper of ancestral altars. Every so often, she pinches a petal between her fingers, rubbing it into her hair for good luck, as her grandmother taught her. On the corner of her page, she sketches a tiny hummingbird in flight, its wings beating in furious defiance against the stillness of the paper. Scholars who've discovered similar motifs argue whether these creatures symbolize lost deities, fleeting spirits, or simple daydreams on long afternoons. A breeze stirs the parchment edges, revealing another sheet underneath a half-finished letter to a sister in a distant village. The letter combines Spanish love phrases with Nahuatl prayers for rain and maize, harvests an intimate map of a heart caught between two worlds. She leans back and rubs her neck, her eyes squinting at a shaft of light piercing the woven curtain. In that moment, you see her entire spirit hover just above the ink, a refusal to vanish, a whisper to the future that she existed, loved, and dreamed in every tangled line. Outside, a donkey brays, and a child laughs in the courtyard, the sounds folding softly into her small, determined universe. She gathers her pages carefully, as if each were a fragile shell washed ashore from a faraway sea. She tucks them into a woven palm basket lined with maize husks and folds a faded rebozo over the top. Her fingers linger on the cloth's edges, maybe a final silent blessing before it joins the hidden archive of her life. She rises, balancing the basket on her hip, and steps into the sun-splashed courtyard, her bare feet whispering over the tiles. As she passes a low altar with a single candle burning, she bows her head slightly, a small nod to all the world she carries. You stay behind in the cool hush of her room, feeling the hummingbird's restless energy seep into your bones. The mingled scripts swirl in your mind like a dream half remembered at dawn, weaving new shapes that defy any single tongue. Outside, a marigold petal drifts onto the tile, curling gently, an echo of her silent living script that continues to flutter even after she's gone. The warm scent of marigolds fades as you drift across the Atlantic and land in a parlor so stuffed with lace and velvet that it seems to sigh under its own frilly weight. You're in Victorian England now, a world of teacups trembling on saucers, fainting couches by the fire, and parasols hiding half-glimpsed secrets. In the corner of this dimly lit room, a young woman sits at a heavy rosewood writing desk. Her hair is pinned in a tight, fashionable coil, and her pale hands flutter above a stack of creamy gilt-edged paper. Around her, watercolor sketches of ivy and lilacs are pinned to the walls, half hidden by fans and embroidered samplers. She's not officially trained, of course. Proper ladies were expected to dabble in calligraphy as a polite hobby, suitable for copying poems by Tennyson or practicing invitations for polite society's endless teas. But tonight, she isn't tracing polite couplets or flower borders. Her pen trembles with electric purpose. Historians still argue whether these Victorian hobbyist calligraphers realized their quiet practice was a rebellion in disguise. Did they know their loops and flourishes might one day read as whispered feminist manifestos? Or were they simply scribbling away to soothe the soft ache of restricted lives? Her pen glides across the page, forming a flowing line of italic script that at first glance seems to praise daffodils or sunsets. But if you read closely, the words slip into sharper edges, veiled questions about a woman's place, secret laments over confinement, quiet promises to future daughters who might dance beyond these parlor walls. The fireplace crackles its glow, illuminating a delicate bottle of ink, tinted with crushed violets, her favorite indulgence. She pauses to warm her fingers by the flames, staring into the embers, as if seeing a future that refuses to be caged behind a filigree screen. Nearby, a half-finished sampler lies abandoned. Its tidy rows of "Home, Sweet Home" feel more like a dare than a comfort tonight. She giggles softly, a sound quickly swallowed by the thick drapes. You feel the thrill in her shoulders as she turns back to her page pen, dancing with renewed urgency. On the page's margin, she sketches a small owl perched on a closed book. Scholars who stumbled across similar doodles in forgotten diaries speculate whether these were mere whims or secret mascots of resistance, watchful, wise, and ready to swoop out when the moment came. She adds a final line dotting her E's with tiny spirals rather than obedient dots. Her wrist twitches with a hidden glee, as if each stroke were a forbidden waltz on a moonlit lawn. Her maid coughs politely from the doorway, signaling that it's nearly time to dress for yet another suffocating dinner party. She sighs, folds the paper into a discreet square, and slips it into a small wooden box beneath her writing desk. You sense that inside that box lives an entire forest of unheard rebellions, pages like hidden seeds, waiting to sprout in some future spring. She rises, smoothing her skirts and touching her ink-stained fingers to her lips, a tiny vow of silence to her conspiratorial pages. She steps from the room, the rustle of her dress trailing after her like a sigh through the heavy curtains. Left alone, you wander to the desk and peer into the box. Dozens of folded sheets nestle together like sleeping birds, each carrying the pulse of a mind unbound by petticoats and tea schedules. You can almost hear them rustle with anticipation, as if whispering to each other beneath the velvet hush. Outside, the night settles over the manicured hedges, each star a glimmering wink of complicity. You feel her spirit linger in the room, daring you to imagine a world where every loop and flourish might become a rallying cry, a love letter to freedom penned by candlelight. The night grows softer now, your breath deeper, as you drift into a final chamber, a place without walls, without titles, without even a name. It is dawn somewhere outside, a pale lavender sky trembling at the horizon. In this twilight space, you hear the faintest whisper, the first stroke of a brush on crisp, silent paper. Imagine a long, low table lit only by the bluish glow of an early sun just peeking above a distant ridge. A single figure sits cross-legged, her hair, tied loosely, wisps falling around her neck like quiet waiting questions. Her hands hover above the blank sheet as if holding a small bird, afraid it might flutter away before she's ready to write. Tonight, or rather, this slow birthing morning, she isn't bound by a court's decree, or a convent's silence, or a society's lace-fenced rules. Here, in this imagined space, where all the calligraphers of our journey echo softly together, she is simply a vessel for every voice that ever slipped quietly into the margins. Historians would never find her name. No archived court record, no monastery ledger, no dinner guest list will reveal her. And that is her gift, the freedom of being no one and everyone all at once. You hear the rhythmic whisper of the brush moving across paper. It sounds almost like a heartbeat, slow, insistent, alive. Each stroke curves and loops, spilling invisible letters that no king can command, no cleric can bless away, no husband can bind behind a garden wall. Outside, a distant rooster calls, and a breeze stirs the lantern flame. She pauses, smiling faintly, her eyes shining with a clarity that slices through centuries of heavy silences. In that brief flicker, you see all the princesses, nuns, scholars, daughters, and sisters gathered around her, their ghosts watching, nodding, maybe even giggling softly. She dips the brush again, this time letting the ink trail longer, as though each line is a corridor winding into some deep shared dream. Somewhere in the wet black of that line hides a Persian princess's fox, a Byzantine grapevine, a Celtic hare, a mestiza's hummingbird, and a Victorian owl. You lean closer, your breath slowing to match hers, and you almost imagine that if you squint hard enough, you might read the secret words that bind all these women together, a soft litany of defiance, devotion, and tender rebellion. She finishes the final stroke and sets her brush aside with the reverence of a priest laying down a relic. She presses her palms flat on either side of the page as if feeling the ink's pulse. A deep exhale drifts into the cool dawn air, blending with the first bird songs of the morning. She rises slowly, stretching her arms to the sky, her joints cracking softly like small defiant echoes. In this imagined dawn, there is no applause, no scholar's footnote, no whispered scandal, only the soft hush of possibility drifting across the pale lit paper. Outside, the sun edges higher, gilding the tips of the trees and catching on the thin hairline of ink that remains alive on the page. You step back, feeling each breath lighten as though centuries of unspoken words had lifted from your shoulders. You close your eyes and listen, a distant pulse of brushstrokes at dawn, a quiet promise that every hidden script, every slip of ink in the dark, still echoes somewhere even now as you drift closer to sleep. And now, as the last brushstroke settles into its paper cradle, your own breath softens into long, gentle waves. The images of moonlit chambers, secret gardens, and rosewater poems slide quietly through your mind, dissolving like ink in rain. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, as though each secret letter has wrapped them in a silken hush. With each slow inhale, you gather the laughter of hidden foxes and the glow of midnight lanterns. With each exhale, you release centuries of secrets, letting them slip beyond your window into the early morning mist. If you feel yourself drifting, now that's perfectly fine. Some stories are meant to be finished in dreams. If you'd like to keep wandering through these hidden halls and uncover more secrets history tried to erase, Make sure to subscribe quietly or as boldly as Artemisia herself would. And before you drift off into your dreams, whisper back to me. Where in the world are you listening from? Which of tonight's silent rebels slipped into your heart? Your story might inspire someone else to pick up a forgotten brush, or at least remind them that even in silence, there's a fierce beauty waiting to be seen. So don't just listen, leave a trace.